Chapter 2149. Two Demon Emperor-level demons made their moves. Powerful demonic energy surged as the demonic saber and arrow flew towards Gu Zhong at almost the same time. Bam! Gu Zhong met the enemy with a pair of golden fists. With a single punch, the spinning demonic saber was immediately blown away. He reached out and caught the blood-killing demonic arrow in his hand. Humph! Gu Zhong snorted coldly and waved his hand. With a flash of bloodlight, the blood-killing demonic arrow nailed itself into one of the demons. That demon was terrified. In an instant, the muscles on his body shriveled. Within a few breaths, he had turned into a dried corpse. The other demons were shocked to see this. The demonic aura contained in the blood-killing demonic arrow was incredible. It could corrode the flesh and soul of those who were shot. The blood-killing demon emperor was shocked and furious when he saw that his demonic arrow could not threaten Gu Zhong at all. Buzz! At this moment, the other saber demon emperor's demonic saber let out a crisp sound and flew towards Gu Zhong. On the crescent-shaped demonic saber, demonic patterns could be vaguely seen. The demonic energy of an almighty emperor-level demonic energy surged from the demonic saber. Under the impact of the saber aura, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Just so. Gu Zhong struck out with the metal elemental fist. The metal elemental energy in the void was triggered along with his fist. As he struck out with his fist, the void around him flashed with golden divine light. Clang! Gu Zhong's fist collided with the crescent-shaped demonic saber continuously, producing a metallic sound as though two pieces of divine metal were colliding. Finally, after more than 100 collisions, the demonic saber was finally smashed into pieces by Gu Zhong's fist. A rare demonic weapon was destroyed just like that. What? The saber demon emperor's eyes widened. His demonic saber was actually smashed into pieces by the fists of this human. He could not believe it. However, this was the truth. Swoosh! The demonic arrow pierced through the air. Just as Gu Zhong's fist shattered the demonic blade, a bloody light suddenly appeared. A blood-colored demonic arrow turned into a bloody light and shot towards his head. The blood-evil demon emperor shot an arrow with all his might. The speed of the demonic arrow was extremely fast. Wherever it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. However, Gu Zhong had cultivated the 8 desolation steps, which gave him the speed of 8 steps. Even though the demonic blood arrow was fast, it couldn't hit him. Gu Zhong took a step forward and instantly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already above the blood-killing demon emperor's head. Bang! He stomped his foot down on the blood-evil demon emperor. The destructive power was vast and mighty under his feet, and pitch-black spatial cracks emerged under his feet. What? The blood-evil demon emperor was shocked. He realized that he had still underestimated his opponent's speed. This was definitely a fatal mistake for him. Gu Zhong's foot stomped down. The blood-evil demon emperor threw away the demonic bow in his hand and then raised both his hands to block. The void trembled, and the demonic chi was mighty. A pitch-black demonic shield evolved above his hands. On the demonic shield, there were blood-colored demonic patterns intertwining. The blood-evil demon emperor didn't dare to be negligent. He attacked with all his might. Boom! Gu Zhong's foot stomped on the demonic shield. The destructive power erupted in an instant, and the blood-colored demonic shield immediately collapsed. Gu Zhong's foot directly broke through the demonic shield and stepped on the blood-evil demon emperor's arms. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The blood-evil demon emperor screamed in pain. His arms were immediately deformed. This wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that after Gu Zhong's foot broke the blood-evil demon emperor's arms, it continued to stomp on the blood-evil demon emperor's head. Without any suspense, the blood-evil demon emperor's head was directly stomped by Gu Zhong's foot. His entire skull exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The headless corpse was like a wooden stake that was pierced into the ground by Guzhong's foot. To think that a powerful demon emperor would be stomped to death by Guzhong's foot! All the demons were dumbfounded. One had to know that the one who was stomped to death was a powerful demon emperor. An almighty emperor-level demon emperor was definitely a powerhouse on the Scarlet Blood Demon Star. However, such an existence was nothing in front of Guzhong. The remaining demons were scared out of their wits. If even the strongest demon emperor wasn't a match for this human, there was no way they would be a match for him. "Who in the world are you?" one of the demons shouted out. This demon's voice was trembling. You guys aren't fit to know yours truly's name. Prepare to die obediently." Guzhong chuckled and swept his gaze across these demons. "Run." The next moment, the remaining demons turned around and fled. At this moment, the speed at which they were escaping was definitely the fastest they could reach. One had to know that these demons were running for their lives. None of them were willing to die. These demon bastards. Looking at this scene, Guzhong couldn't help but be startled. With these demons escaping in different directions, he couldn't split his attention at all. Hence, he could only chase after a single demon. However, by the time he caught up to that demon and made his move to kill him, the other demons had already escaped far away. However, right at this moment, a few of the demons that had already escaped far away seemed to have encountered something extremely horrifying as they turned back. At the same time, Guzhong could feel a few powerful vibrations coming from the surroundings. "Haha, senior brother, we're here to help you." A crisp laughter that sounded like a silver bell came from afar. A figure walked out from behind a mound. Behind the mound was the corpse of a demon. Junior sister Yao Yu. Looking at this person, Guzhong couldn't help but get a shock. This person was none other than his junior sister Yao Yu. Roar! Just then, a dragon's roar rang out from behind a short mound as a demonic figure was sent flying by a scarlet dragon claw. Junior brother Scarlet Dragon is here as well. Seeing this, Guzhong couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. With these junior brothers and junior sisters taking action, those demons definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Meanwhile, an even more powerful aura could be felt coming from the direction that the demons came from. A figure was walking over from afar. This person was none other than the Iron Blood Taoist. No wonder these demons ran back in fear. It turned out that they had encountered a ferocious person like the Iron Blood Taoist. One must know that the Iron Blood Taoist was a quasi-sage. The Iron Blood Taoist didn't even need to make a move. Just the powerful aura that he emitted was enough to force these demons to run back. Without any suspense, this group of demons that were chasing after Guzhong was completely annihilated. Chapter 2150. I didn't expect the human clan to take action so quickly. An old voice came from the valley filled with demonic aura. An old man holding a dragon-headed crutch walked out of the valley step by step. "Since you dare to offend my human clan, you must be prepared to pay the price." A loud voice came from the sky above the Scarlet Star. This voice spread across half of the Scarlet Star, alarming the demons in other regions. What's going on? How can there be such a powerful human clan in the nearby star region? It shouldn't be. Exclamations came from other places on the Scarlet Star. There was a powerful demonic aura erupting. The experts of the demons on the Scarlet Star reacted immediately. Demonic aura erupted in every region on the Scarlet Star. The entire Scarlet Star was simply a super nest of demons. They thought that the human clan would lose their foothold in this star region after the second stage of the human clan's ancient road was destroyed. However, the experts of the demons never expected that the human clan would come knocking on their door so quickly. You want to resurrect the great sage of demons. The existence in the sky seemed to have noticed something as the voice sounded again. At this time, a powerful life fluctuation came from the valley. The dark, demonic aura completely drowned the valley behind the old man. Within the demonic aura, demonic patterns could be seen from time to time. "Who are you?" At this time, the old man couldn't help but be moved. This was the great secret of their race. The other demons on the Scarlet Star didn't know this secret at all. Resurrect the great sage of demons. All the experts of the demons were shocked to the extreme. If this was true, then the power of the demons on the Scarlet Star would be reshuffled. The demons weren't as united as they looked on the surface. The competition among the demons was also very fierce. Different demons believed in different demon ancestors. "I don't want to talk nonsense. Die." Gu Fei descended from the sky like an ancient god reappearing. The aura he exuded was extremely powerful. This part of the world seemed to be about to be crushed by him. "Humph!" The old man looked up, and a bloody light flashed in his eyes. The demonic aura on his body was vast and mighty. The demonic aura turned into a black demonic dragon, baring its fangs and claws as if it was about to rush out from his body. "So it's a demonic dragon." Gu Fei's voice was extremely calm. His body was surrounded by the divine light of the immortal path. Immortal patterns of the great path emerged on his body and interweaved into mysterious patterns. This was not Gu Fei's real body, but his immortal sovereign body. At this time, Gu Fei's real body was still thousands of miles away from the Red Planet. He did not personally descend on this devil planet. His intuition told him that this Scarlet Star was not simple, so he had no choice but to be cautious. A self-sealing immortal sage. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick said. He was secretly shocked. Could it be that there was such an existence guarding the second stage of the ancient road of the human race? How could this be possible? If there was such an existence, why didn't he make a move back then? Back then, when the demons attacked the second stage of the ancient road of the human race, there were countless casualties among the human race. Only a few managed to escape. If this person had acted that day, he would have been the one to escape. Master has made a move. At this time, Gu Zhong and the others were rapidly approaching the valley. However, they stopped when they arrived in the vicinity. A battle between powerhouses of this level was something they couldn't interfere at all. The aura on Master's body, Yao Yu carefully cast a spell. The aura on Gu Fei's body seemed to have changed. At this time, Gu Fei was like a descending immortal sage of the immortal path. There was no aura of a warrior on his body at all. Could it be? Gu Zhong seemed to have thought of something. Boom! At this time, the two experts in front of them had already made their moves. Two huge palms collided violently, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Gu Fei's figure flickered, and he directly attacked the old man. With a wave of his hand, the sound of thunder suddenly rang out, and bolts of lightning the size of mountains descended from the sky, bombarding the old man from the devil race. With a wave of his hand, he attracted a huge amount of sky lightning. This was a technique of the immortal path called the lightning guiding technique. Even though it was a very ordinary technique, it was something else entirely when Gu Fei used it. The old man with the demons merely raised the black, dragon-headed walking stick in his hand and slashed through the void. Instantly, a huge crack appeared above his head. The overwhelming sky lightning that came crashing down were all guided into the crack by the old man with the demons. With that, the old man easily nullified this move of Gu Fei's. All right. As Gu Fei's immortal Lord body spoke, the color of the sky changed with a single thought. Boundless earth chi was guided by him, turning into huge dragons that were thousands of feet long, pouncing towards the old man with the demons. Rumble! A total of 9 dragons soared into the sky, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Huge dragon claws tore through the void, grabbing towards the old man with the demons. Roar! Just then, the black, dragon-headed walking stick in the hands of the old man with the demons flew up and turned into a black dragon that soared into the sky, fighting against the 9 dragons that were formed from the earth essence chi. The demon dragon was extremely powerful. Even though it was fighting against 9 dragons alone, it was not at a disadvantage. In fact, it was even showing signs of suppressing Gu Fei's 9 dragons' great technique. Saint tier demon weapon. The eyes of the immortal Lord Body lit up. To think that the walking stick in the hands of the old man with the demons was a saint tier demon weapon. He was filled with anticipation. It would be best if these demons were not too weak. Roar! The old man with the demons roared into the sky. Then an extremely powerful wave rippled out in all directions. In the next moment, the body of the old man shone with a demonic light. The old man turned into a demonic dragon and soared into the sky, charging at Gu Fei. Seal! Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body shouted and waved his hands. Countless Tao runes rushed out of his hands and sealed the demonic dragon that was charging at him. Every single immortal Tao divine rune released the brightest divine light, locking down an area of the void, sealing the demonic dragon within. Swoosh! Gu Fei's immortal Lord Body took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the demon dragon. Without any hesitation, he used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial spirit materialization sword secret technique. He did not want to tangle with this demon dragon, so he used his killer move right from the start. Roar! At this critical juncture, the demon dragon that was sealed by the immortal runes of Gu Fei's immortal Lord Body suddenly erupted with a powerful wave of energy, breaking through the sealing force and rushing out. Now this is interesting. Chapter 2151. The demonic dragon was not simple. He was an old antique of the demons of the Scarlet Blood Demon Star. He was the ancestor of the demons. He was incomparably powerful, much more powerful than the ordinary demons. Rumble! The demonic dragon went all out. All the immortal runes that sealed the demonic dragon trembled and collapsed. This old demon actually broke the seal of Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao physique with his own strength. Who? The demonic dragon fiercely spat out a wave of demonic fire at Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao physique. The black demonic fire immediately enveloped the area and swept out. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be shrouded by this demonic fire. Ha ha! Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao physique laughed heartily. He moved freely in the endless demonic fire. The terrifying demonic fire could not affect him at all. Bang! With a slap of his palm, the old demonic dragon was sent flying thousands of meters away. The explosive power of a powerful immortal venerable body was absolutely astonishing. Preposterous! You're an immortal venerable. The old demonic dragon's knowledge was also extraordinary. He was actually sent flying thousands of meters away by a slap of this person. It was impossible for an ordinary sage's body to do that. Only an immortal, venerable, who was only one step away from the supremacy stage, could have such a powerful body. One should know that the old demonic dragon was an ancient dragon. It was publicly acknowledged that the body of the dragon race was incomparably strong. This demonic dragon was also a powerful existence of the sage level. In ancient times, he once dominated a region. The demonic dragon's cultivation had been sealed, but his powerful sage-level body made his combat strength incomparably strong. There were 3 great demons on the Scarlet Blood Star. This demonic dragon was one of them. He was also the one who led the demons to conquer the 2nd stage of the ancient road of the human race. A great sage demonic corpse was of great use to him. At this time, the mysterious demonic voice resounded in the valley again. The demonic chi in the valley was vast and mighty, emitting a powerful life fluctuation. It seemed that there was a supreme existence gradually awakening in the valley. This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei and the others. It seemed that these demons really mastered some kind of demonic secret technique that could give the great sage level demonic corpse a new life. The heart-palpitating fluctuations of life, as well as the demonic nature that was so powerful that it could trigger the inner demons of cultivators, made everyone feel a sense of danger. Humph, a guy who has been dead for countless years can still come back to life? Is that even possible? Outside the Scarlet Blood Demon Star, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. However, he also knew that it wasn't impossible for someone who had been dead for countless years to be reborn. However, this was definitely not an easy task, nor was it something that could be done in a short period of time. However, no one knew what was going on with the extremely powerful aura of life coming from the valley. No one knew what was happening in the valley shrouded in demonic aura. Kill! The demonic dragon was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's immortal, sovereign Tao body. He was both shocked and enraged. He immediately rushed back with an endless demonic dragon aura. A pair of dragon claws came down from the sky towards Gu Fei. The huge dragon claws shrouded the entire heaven and earth. The void collapsed and was annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body directly used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. The 2 huge dragon claws changed direction and collided with each other. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 huge dragon claws disappeared in the void and turned into a destructive force that swept in all directions. What the dragon demon's shock was no small matter. Why were his 2 claws colliding with each other? Could it be the demonic dragon had lived for a long time and naturally had a wide range of knowledge? He couldn't help but change his expression when he thought of a certain possibility. Swoosh! At this time, the demon sage leveled demonic weapon flew back and entered the demonic dragon's body. An even more powerful demonic force erupted from the demonic dragon's body. Rumble! The void where the demonic dragon was trembled. The entire world seemed to be unable to contain the unimaginably powerful body of the demonic dragon. Swoosh! The demonic dragon suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body. He reached out with his claws, trying to take Gu Fei's head away. Primordial spirit, sword of Tao. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. A beam of sword light shot out from his brow, instantly reaching tens of thousands of meters and killing towards the demonic dragon. But with a flash of sword light, one of the dragon claws fell down. Even the powerful body of a saint could not withstand a divine sword of the great Tao. The demonic dragon roared and rushed into the sky, dodging far away. 3 pure ones in one breath. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body once again used another of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. His body blurred, and with a swoosh, 3 Gu Feis appeared in the sky. When the demonic dragon saw this, he knew that his guess had come true. Yi Futian had really cultivated that secret technique, one that was known to be invincible. In ancient times, the 9 secrets of immortal Tao were very famous. The 3 Gu Feis immediately gave chase. Without any suspense, the demonic dragon was sent flying again. No matter how powerful it was, it could not be a match for 3 Gu Feis. That old dragon is going to lose. By this time, the battle between Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body and the demonic dragon had already alarmed all the powerful demons on the Crimson Planet. The other 2 demons, whose cultivation was no weaker than the demonic dragon, were shocked. Where did this human come from? How could he be so powerful? The demonic dragon was one of the 3 great demons on the Crimson Blood Demon Planet, and yet he was no match for him. Supremacy is amazing. Up in the sky, Gu Zhong and the rest were both surprised and overjoyed. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body was unexpectedly powerful, but they knew that Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body was still in the adjustment period. The degree of fusion between Gu Fei's primordial spirit and the immortal sovereign Tao body was not perfect. Otherwise, the demonic dragon would have been defeated long ago. Boom! The gigantic demonic dragon fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater and causing dust to fly everywhere. Using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the immortal sovereign Tao physique displayed supreme combat prowess. Even the powerful demonic dragon was no match for it. Kill! Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body descended from the sky. The 3 figures instantly fused together, exploding with a peerless immortal aura, and stomped down on the demonic dragon. A powerful force enveloped the surroundings. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was about to kill the demonic dragon, a roar suddenly came from the valley. A supreme demonic energy rushed out from the valley, enveloping the demonic dragon and sweeping it into the valley. What? Chapter 2152. Just as Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body was about to kill the demonic dragon, an extremely powerful wave of demonic power erupted from the opposite valley. A wave of demonic power swept out from the valley and swept the demonic dragon into it. This, Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body was taken aback. The demonic power from the valley suddenly became many times stronger, as if an ancient demon's great sage had awakened. How is this possible? Did these demon bastards really resurrect the demon's great sage? Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body had a solemn expression. At the same time, in the starry sky, thousands of miles away from the scarlet blood demon star, Gu Fei's main body was also taken aback. The monstrous demonic qi that rushed out from the valley could be clearly seen even in the starry sky thousands of miles away. Within the demonic qi, there was a huge demonic shadow looming. What's going on? The demon's great sage died for countless years. How could they be resurrected? But this power, Gu Fei's main body muttered to himself. Could it be that those people were the ones who had awakened the great sage of the demon race's demon Tao source? These demons weren't trying to resurrect the great sage of the demon race, but to obtain the great sage of the demon race's demon Tao source. Whether it was the human race great sage or the demon's great sage, there was a source of power in their bodies. Although the demon's great sage had died, the demonic power source in their bodies should not have dissipated. Gu Fei seemed to have figured it out. This was an evil cultivation method of the demons. In ancient times, there were demons who specially dug the tombs of some powerful figures and stole the corpses in the tombs. But for powerful existences who had cultivated, even if they had died for countless years, the power source contained in their bodies might not have completely dissipated. Devouring the power source of others to improve one's cultivation was a shortcut in the demonic path. This method was even better than devouring the souls of living beings. At this time, an unparalleled demonic power surged out of the valley, shaking all directions. All the living beings on the entire star felt danger. Even the other 2 experts of the Devil Clan, who were comparable to the dragon demons, were extremely shocked. I heard that the Devil Dragon led an army to attack the 2nd stage of the ancient road of humankind, and brought back the corpse of a great saint. Could it be true? Looks like this matter isn't just a rumor. The 2 demons were conversing in a low voice. They were both opponents and friends. In the demons, only strength was the only thing. Enemy and friend were just terms. At some point, enemies would become friends. This was demons. The strong preyed on the weak. As long as they were strong enough, they could dominate a region and become the ruler of a region. Damn it! If I had known that the 2nd stage of the ancient road of the humans contained the corpse of a great sage, I would have. Some of the demons were filled with regret. However, the 2nd stage of the human race's ancient road wasn't an ordinary place. It was an impregnable pass. Although it was said that the corpse of the great sage demons was sealed there, it was only a legend. No one would mobilize their troops and attack that human impregnable pass just for a legend. The 2nd stage of the ancient road of the humans was guarded by the experts of the human race. Moreover, it was a pass personally built by a great sage. It wasn't an easy task to capture that pass. Although the dragon demons had captured that impregnable pass and completely destroyed it, the dragon demons had also suffered heavy losses. Almost all of their powerful subordinates had died in battle. This was definitely a good thing for the other two factions, the demons. The demonic dragon's power was no longer what it used to be, so he had to give up most of his territory. But now, it seemed that everything the demonic dragon did was worth it. The corpse of an ancient, great sage demons contained the power of the demonic path, which was enough to make all the demons jealous. Devouring the power of the demonic path contained in the corpse of the great sage demons could allow the demonic dragon to break through his current cultivation realm and become the strongest demons on the crimson blood demon star. As long as the demonic dragon succeeded, he could unify the crimson blood demon star. Looks like we're out of luck. The two demons couldn't help but be shaken when they thought of this. They didn't want to die in the hands of the demonic dragon, and even more so, they didn't want to become his prisoners. But the one who's going to be unlucky first is that human. The two demons watched this scene from afar. At this time, they had no other choice. The formation around the valley had already been activated. It was the ancient demon formation of the demons. In the distant past, this was the secluded cultivation place of a great sage. This valley wasn't as simple as it looked. Ha! An old voice came from the valley. It was the voice of the demonic dragon. His voice was filled with ecstasy. He seemed to have obtained what he wanted. Humph. So what if you devoured the great sage demon's devil path origin? Outside the entrance of the valley, Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body muttered to himself. Immortal Tao runes could be vaguely seen in his eyes. His immortal Venerable Tao body was incomparably powerful. One should know that an immortal Venerable was stronger than a great sage. Moreover, the immortal Tao origin of Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body was intact. The devil path origin of the great sage demon's corpse couldn't be compared to it. Human, your time of death has come. The old voice came from the valley. The demonic dragon was wild with joy. Inside the valley, boundless devil chi was surging. The devil Tao's power was still fluctuating. You don't dare to undo the seal on your body. You want to kill me? Dream on. Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body said indifferently. The entire human world had an unfathomable power that surpassed the heavenly Tao. As long as a sage appeared, the power that surpassed the heavenly Tao would descend. Even a true sage would be obliterated by that power without any suspense. This was also the reason why Gu Fei didn't dare to break through to the sage realm. I'll wait for you to kill me. Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body sat cross-legged outside the entrance of the valley. He didn't attack immediately. He wanted to wait for the demonic dragon to completely devour the devil path origin of the great sage demons. Rumble! At this time, the entire valley began to shake. Pitch-black devil chi shrouded the entire sky. Within the devil chi, Tao runes were faintly discernible. Powerful devil Tao energy was condensing rapidly. The devil path origin of the great sage demons still contained unbelievably powerful devil Tao energy. This energy had been successfully guided out by the demonic dragon. As long as it devoured this energy, the demonic dragon would become the strongest existence in the scarlet blood demon star. The thought of unifying the scarlet blood demon star made the demonic dragon extremely excited. Above the tall altar, a 10,000 zhang long devil dragon coiled there. Pure devil Tao essence was constantly overflowing from the devil coffin below and was devoured by the devil dragon. Chapter 2153. An endless amount of demonic energy rushed out from the valley, enveloping almost half of the scarlet star. This was simply too shocking. It should be known that this scarlet star was not small, but the demonic chi that leaked out of the valley had shrouded almost half of the star. All the demons were shocked to the extreme. It was as if a supreme great sage demons had descended on this scarlet star. Even the two overlords of the demons felt their souls tremble. On the crimson star, Countless demons were howling, terrified to the extreme. At this moment, for all the demons on the Scarlet Star, it was as if doomsday had arrived. The supreme demonic might shocked all the demons. No one was willing to become someone else's slave, especially the devil race. If they wanted the other devil race to submit to them, then they had to be stronger than the other devil race. Only with great power would the other devil race submit to them. This great demon is not simple. In the distant sky, Gu Zhong and the others were extremely shocked. The fluctuations of demonic power coming from the valley in front of them were too strong, forcing them to retreat again and again. The powerful demonic might made their hearts palpitate. What's wrong with Master? Why didn't he take advantage of this time to make a move? Yao Yu said. She was very puzzled. Her master actually allowed the demon in the valley to increase its power. Could it be that Master did not care about the demon? It should be known that in a duel, this was definitely a big taboo. From Yao Yu's point of view, Gu Fei should take advantage of the fact that the demon had not gathered its strongest power to kill it. Master naturally has his reasons for not making a move. At this time, old Jiao, who had not spoken much, finally spoke. Boom! At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the valley. Then, the demonic qi that shrouded the sky began to quickly retreat. A powerful wave of demonic power was rapidly increasing. Haha, it worked. The demon dragon roared. In the valley, above the altar, a pitch-black demon dragon was circling and dancing. The black demon coffin on the altar gradually calmed down. The demonic patterns on the demon coffin had completely disappeared. On the body of the 10,000-foot demon dragon in the sky, endless demonic patterns were faintly discernible, interweaving into mysterious Tao diagrams. Roar! The demonic dragon raised its head to the sky and roared. The rolling sound waves dispersed the demonic qi in the surroundings. The entire valley was shaking. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. Master, congratulations on cultivating the great sage demon body. On the altar, around the black coffin, all the powerful demons knelt down and worshipped the demonic dragon in the sky as if they were worshipping the supreme demonic saint. Human, prepare to die. A powerful wave of divine will spread out, and the black dragon above the altar immediately rushed towards the entrance of the valley. After devouring the great sage demon's devil path source, the demonic dragon finally broke through the shackles of his cultivation, allowing him to successfully cultivate the great sage devil body. At this time, the demonic energy in the dragon demon's body was surging violently. He had a feeling that he would not be happy if he did not spit it out, and he also sensed Gu Fei's aura. A black demonic dragon broke through the layers of demonic energy and rushed out of the valley. Bang! Just as the dragon demon appeared, a fist smashed over and directly smashed into his nose, causing him to bleed profusely and cracks to appear on his nose bones. Roar! The dragon demon roared and retreated. He had not expected the other party to be this ferocious, to be able to injure him with a single move. This was unacceptable to him. He had already successfully devoured the great sage demon's devil path source, and his physical body was extremely tough. How could he possibly be injured by the other party? Could it be? As though he had thought of something, the dragon demon's face turned extremely ugly. Swoosh! Just as the dragon demon was about to react, he saw a figure flashing before him. In the next moment, the dragon demon was sent flying thousands of feet away. What great sage demon's devil path source? That's all there is to it. Gu Fei's immortal Lord Dao body roared with laughter, his tone filled with disdain. It seemed like even after devouring the demonic corpse's devil path source, this old dragon did not seem to be that strong. You! The dragon demon was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. At the same time, he was shocked. Could it be that the other party had not displayed his true strength all this while? How was that possible? At this time, Gu Fei's immortal Lord Tao body strode in the air. With just a single step, he appeared above the dragon demon's head. Then, like an ancient ferocious beast, he pounced towards the dragon demon below and landed on its neck. What? The shock of the demon dragon was no small matter, because he knew very well that if they were to fight in close combat, he would not be Gu Fei's match. Even now, Gu Fei had the upper hand. Bam! Gu Fei's immortal Lord Tao body used his hand as a blade and slashed at the dragon demon's neck. The strength of this strike was extraordinary. The dragon demon's scales were scattered and blood could be seen. He had actually suffered a heavy injury. The dragon demon's huge body was almost split into two. Is this still a human? The dragon demon was shocked to the extreme. He regretted coming out. He shouldn't have come out. Now that he was entangled by this guy, it was absolutely terrifying. The other party's physical body was unimaginably strong. With just a casual slash of his hand, the dragon demon was heavily injured. This made him feel despair. He sadly discovered that even if he devoured the power source of the demons within the great sage of the demons' corpse, he still wouldn't be a match for this guy. Up in the sky, everyone who caught sight of this scene was stunned. This was especially the case for the powerful beings of the devil race. They were petrified right now. This human was way too strong. The two overlords of the demons thought that the human guarding outside the valley was going to be in big trouble. However, the dragon demon that came out of the valley was the unlucky one. The dragon demon roared and soared into the sky, trying to get rid of the guy on his body. However, Gu Fei's immortal Lord Tao body stood firmly on the dragon demon's body. Die. Gu Fei's immortal Lord Tao body shouted. A purple gold long sword appeared in his hand. Then, with a wave of the long sword, the huge dragon's head was sent flying. Blood stained the soil. No one could resist the power of the purple gold divine sword because this divine sword was a supreme divine weapon. Even the physical body of a great sage couldn't withstand a blow from the purple gold divine sword. The killing intent of the supreme divine sword spread from the wound to the whole body. The vitality of the dragon demon was constantly being erased. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge dragon's corpse fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Bang! At this moment, the dragon's head that was cut off by Gu Fei's sword suddenly exploded. A ball of black, demonic light wrapped around a primordial spirit and soared into the sky, trying to escape. Gu Fei's immortal Lord Tao body stretched out his right hand and grabbed the ball of demonic light. The primordial spirit of the dragon demon in the demonic light was so scared that it almost fainted. Bang! Chapter 2154. Even an immortal Venerable wouldn't be able to withstand the murderous aura contained in the supreme divine sword, let alone the demons. Even though he had devoured the devil Tao origin of the great sage's corpse, it was still not enough. Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body did not hesitate and directly crushed the primordial spirit of the demonic dragon, causing his soul to scatter and disappear from this world. Everyone was stunned, especially the demons. The demonic dragon was dead. How was this possible? Before this, the demonic dragon had already broken through the bottleneck of cultivation and became a great sage. However, in the human world, no one dared to appear in a state above the sage level. Once the seal on them was removed, it meant death. There was no exception because those who didn't believe in the supernatural had all died. They had died under the mysterious power that surpassed the heavenly Tao. Even those overlords of the untainted land were no exception. They all had to die. In the past, many saint-level existences had fallen in this way. It was too unjust for them to die like this. The demonic dragon did not remove the seal on his body even after his death, because he had never thought that the combat strength of this human race expert would be so heaven-defying. After the death of the great demon, the devil chi that shrouded the entire world began to dissipate, and the valley reappeared in front of everyone. Open! Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body emitted endless immortal divine light. Divine runes of the immortal Tao emerged on his body, as if there was a supreme, great Tao resonating with him. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light rushed out from the hand of Gu Fei's immortal, venerable Tao body. In an instant, it soared thousands of miles and fell towards the valley in front. The sword light of the violet gold divine sword was like a hot knife through butter. As the sword light fell, countless demonic runes collapsed, and all demonic runes were destroyed. A total of 18 layers of demonic formations were destroyed. Even the ancient demonic formation laid down by the demon saint of the ancient demons could not withstand the sword light of the violet gold divine sword. With just one sword, Guzhong's immortal venerable Tao body broke through the defense outside the valley and created an opening in the layers of demonic formations. Go! Fight to your heart's content. Gu Fei's celestial prime body waved its hand, and Guzhong and the others immediately rushed over from afar. They rushed into the valley through the gap created by the purple gold divine sword light. A great battle erupted. Demonic qi lingered in the valley, and powerful demons could be faintly seen within the demonic qi. Powerful demons rushed out to meet Guzhong and the others. Thousand illusions, demon body. A woman in a black cloak, surrounded by vast and mighty demons, intercepted Guzhong and displayed a powerful demonic technique. In an instant, Guzhong was surrounded by the silhouettes of this woman. Illusion. Guzhong was startled. Encountering such a powerful opponent right from the start made him incomparably excited. He could feel the battle blood in his body boiling. Kill! The female demons shouted. Countless demonic shadows attacked at the same time. The powerful demonic power instantly drowned Guzhong. The demonic power was full of destructive aura from all directions. The demoness of the devil race wanted to obliterate Guzhong. Humph! Guzhong harumphed coldly. A dazzling golden light erupted from his body. The power of metal surged within his body, and a layer of golden qi gang appeared around him. Bam! Boom! The violent demonic power slammed against the layer of golden qi gang, causing his body to sway unceasingly. However, he didn't fall in the end. Guzhong withstood this round of attacks from the female demon. What? The female demon was incomparably shocked. Her opponent was far stronger than she had imagined. Countless demonic shadows were dissipating. Those weren't her real body. She couldn't stay in this state forever. Using this technique required a great deal of energy. It's my turn. Guzhong didn't wait for the demoness phantom doppelgangers to completely dissipate before he made his move. A golden fist emitted a brilliant golden light. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the valley. Under the illumination of the golden light, an endless expanse of demon qi continuously dissipated. Bam! Gu Fei's fist landed on one of the demonic shadows. How is this possible? That demonic shadow was flung away. Demonic blood dripped down from the sky. The female demon was shocked to the extreme. Her opponent was actually able to see through her real body. This was truly unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. Guzhong didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He took a step forward and instantly chased after the female demon who was flung away. After that, he directly made his move. Demonic blood. The female demon waved her hands in front of her. She caught a few drops of demonic blood that dripped down from her body. After that, she executed the demon's great technique. A bloody light abruptly appeared. Clang! It was as if hundreds of weapons were roaring. Within the blood-red light, numerous blood-red divine weapons appeared and slashed towards Guzhong from all directions. Guzhong was taken aback. He could sense a shocking killing intent emanating from the blood-colored divine weapons. These blood-colored divine weapons seemed to have been stained with the blood of a supreme being, causing one's heart to palpitate. Martial domain. Guzhong didn't dare to delay. With a loud roar, a ball of golden light radiated from his body, instantly enveloping 100 zhang radius around him. The female demon was also enveloped by the golden light. Clang! Rays of golden light condensed as countless golden divine weapons appeared within Guzhong's martial domain. After that, they clashed with the blood-colored demonic weapons that were slashing down. The female demon, was taken aback. She didn't expect that Guzhong had also cultivated such a great technique, able to manifest countless divine weapons to attack his enemies. Countless golden divine weapons and blood-colored demonic weapons clashed against each other, emitting the sound of metal clashing. It was as though they were truly supreme weapons clashing. In the end, both the golden divine weapons and blood-colored demonic weapons disappeared. This time around, the battle between the two experts seemed to have ended in a draw. However, the female demon was very clear that she wasn't Guzhong's opponent. One must know that the female demon was using her blood essence to activate the demon's great technique. However, Guzhong was able to easily execute a similar technique. This was the difference between them. The female demon quickly retreated into the depths of the valley. At this moment, the 12 bandits were also fighting with the powerful demons in the valley. Zhu Guliang waved the 5-colored feather fan in his hand continuously. Every time he waved, a colorless divine light would rush out from the 5-colored feather fan. The demons that were struck by the colorful divine light were all sent flying. The iron blood Taoist was even more domineering. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, pouncing into a group of demons. In the next moment, the group of demons were all sent flying. Some of the demons were already dead when they were sent flying by the iron blood Taoist. This was a rare opportunity to fight against the demons. Everyone was giving it their all. Even Yao Yu and Zhong Limeng were fighting against the demons. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. Chapter 2155. With Gu Fei's support, Guzhong and the rest did not have to worry about anything else. They attacked with all their might, causing the demons to retreat. Suddenly, Yao Yu let out a startled cry. A devil expert appeared and directly sent her flying. The black-cloaked expert from the demon clan approached Yao Yu with a sinister smile. His blood-red eyes flashed with an extremely evil light. Swoosh! Just as the demon race powerhouse was about to capture Yao Yu alive, a beam of divine light shot out from the entrance of the valley, directly piercing through the demon race powerhouse's glabella and destroying his soul. That demon race powerhouse immediately died. Thank you, Master. Yao Yu stood up from the ground and bowed towards the entrance of the valley. Then, she wiped the trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and rushed forward again. Yao Yu and Zhong Limeng's cultivation base was the weakest among Guzhong's group. Even the weakest among the 12 great bandits was much stronger than them. Zhong Limeng was also in danger during the battle with the demons. Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Dao body had been watching. When he saw that Zhong Limeng was about to be killed by a demon, he made his move. Although the demons were strong, they were no different from ants in front of Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Dao body. They were instantly killed by Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Dao body. Zhong Limeng, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. She had never been so close to death before, to the point that she could smell it. Kill! Right at this moment, another devil race cultivator charged towards Zhong Limeng. Zhong Limeng roared in anger and pounced towards the devil race cultivator ferociously. He raised his hand, and a handful of heaven and earth single breath, godly lightning beads appeared. Rumble! The heavenly lightning bead suddenly exploded. The destructive force instantly engulfed the demons. The demons did not even have the chance to scream before they were completely destroyed. Oh my God, this woman is so fierce. There were also demons that were staring at Zhong Limeng, wanting to attack him. However, when they saw this scene, they were given a big fright and quickly retreated into the depths of the valley. Not many demons could withstand the destructive power of the explosion of the heaven and earth god thunder beads. Even some demon powerhouses could avoid it. To think that Zhong Li Meng had such a ferocious side to him. In the starry sky outside the Scarlet Star, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw this. Although Zhong Li Meng looked weak, he still had some pride in his bones. At this time, the demons were retreating. Gu Zhong and the others continued to kill their way forward. Wherever they went, they left behind the corpses of many demons. All the demons were retreating into the depths of the valley. In the depths of the valley, there was demonic qi lingering around. A demonic aura that caused Gu Zhong and the others to palpitate emanated from it. It was as if a terrifying demon was hiding there. The power of the demonic dragon is going to be uprooted. In the distant sky, the other two overlords of the demons were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't make a move because there was a figure standing in the valley in front of them. It was that figure that made them not dare to act rashly. Don't tell me we're just going to watch our brave warriors get slaughtered by those humans. A demon powerhouse said, "Scram." The two demon overlords almost wanted to destroy that demon powerhouse. That human wasn't someone they could provoke. Even the demonic dragon had died in battle. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't be stronger than the demonic dragon, who had devoured the great sage demon's demonic source energy. That demon powerhouse had no choice but to retreat far away. After all, these were the two demon overlords of the Scarlet Star. No other demon powerhouse could contend against them. Rumble. At this time there was a change in the valley. The heart-palpitating demonic aura in the depths of the valley suddenly became stronger, as if some kind of demonic power was awakening. What's going on? Is that the foundation of the demonic dragon clan? The two demon overlords were very clear about the background of the demonic dragon clan. This was also the reason why the demonic dragon clan could establish a foothold on the Scarlet Star. A last-ditch struggle. At the entrance of the valley, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Dao body moved and disappeared without a sound. At this time, the battle in the valley became even more intense. All the powerful demons had gathered in the depths of the valley for their final struggle. "Human clan, are you going to kill us all?" The voice of the black-cloaked demoness came from the depths of the valley. What a joke! The human clan and the demons have never been able to coexist since ancient times. You guys should just obediently accept your death. Gu Zhong led the 12 great bandits and the others to block the group of demons in the depths of the valley. Once they figured out the situation inside, they would start attacking. Even if we die in battle, we will drag you guys down with us. The demoness voice was incomparably cold. Rumble. The depths of the valley was filled with vast and mighty demonic qi. Within the surging demonic qi, one could vaguely see a terrifying demonic shadow. Is that so? Haha. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Zhong laughed. At this time, he did not dare to rush in recklessly. This valley was definitely not simple. The demonic aura coming from inside made everyone's heart palpitate. What's going on? Why do I have a feeling of trepidation? Iron Blood Taoist asked. There's definitely something strange inside. Zhu Guiliang waved the 5-colored feather fan in his hand as he walked forward. There were bloodstains on his body. Although he had killed the devil expert, he had also been injured. At this critical moment of life and death, every demon was fighting with their lives. Many of the 12 bandits were injured. Some of them were even severely injured. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's immortal venerate Dao body, a few of the bandits would have lost their lives. Aren't you spouting nonsense? Zhong Liming said. Everyone could sense the fluctuation of demonic energy coming from that place. This demonic energy made them feel threatened. Just as everyone was watching, a figure silently appeared behind them. Master. Gu Zhong suddenly turned around and bowed. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Dao body nodded and walked forward. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to see Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Dao body. Greetings, Master. The 12 great bandits also hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Dao body. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body did not stop and continued walking forward. He had no intention of stopping at all. He walked straight into the depths of the valley. "Human, go to hell!" The demoness voice resounded from the depths of the valley. She seemed to be scared out of her wits. Someone actually broke into the ancestral land of her race. There was a powerful demonic energy in the ancestral land that could kill saints. Terrifying demonic energy erupted. A ball of demonic light rushed out and enveloped the entire valley. Countless demonic runes interweaved and turned into destructive energy. Master. Chapter 2156. Boundless demonic energy erupted, and demonic light soared into the sky. Every demonic pattern was as huge as a mountain, filling the space between heaven and earth. It was as if a supreme demon lord had awakened. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. Gu Zhong and the others hastily retreated from the valley. In the end, the entire valley was shrouded in demonic light and demonic patterns. Master, Gu Zhong and the others were shocked to the extreme. They never imagined that the final move of the Demon Dragon clan would be so terrifying. At this moment, the valley that was shrouded in demonic light seemed to have transformed into a demonic sky. Everything inside was obliterated by the Tao patterns of the demons. This was definitely a power that surpassed the saint rank. Moreover, the power that reigned supreme over the heaven and earth, Tao, didn't descend. In other words, the one who released this terrifying devil Tao power wasn't one of the old fogies of the devil race. None of the ancient demons dared to undo the seal on them. Not even the real demon lords would dare to do so. Haha die. The demon girl's maniacal laughter rang out from the valley. "Humph, is this all you've got? You still can't kill me." Then, Gu Fei's voice rang out. "This?" Up in the sky, all the demons who witnessed this scene were indescribably shocked. The Demon Dragon clan had already used their strongest move, but they still couldn't kill this human. Could this human be in supreme being? One must know that the demonic energy in the valley had definitely surpassed the saint level. In the human world where saint-level experts were extinct, this was already the strongest power. How is this possible? Up in the sky, the two overlords of the demons were dumbfounded. Even they would die if they went in. There was no suspense. "Master is fine." Gu Zhong and the others were both surprised and delighted. Master's Tao body was really too powerful. It seemed that there were very few people in the human world who could be his master's match. He thought of the peerless figures on the soaring dragon ancestral star. Perhaps only those people could compete with his master. At this moment, in the valley, a figure stood on the ground like a primordial divine mountain. In front of this figure was a black stone that was blooming with endless demonic light and demonic patterns. Behind this stone that was filled with demonic nature, there were many demons sitting cross-legged on the ground. These people were the subordinates of the demons, and the one at the front was a woman. Dozens of demons were using the demon's secret technique to awaken the powerful demon path power contained within the demon stone. This stone, Gu Fei's immortal Venerable Tao body, stared at the fiend stone, floating in the void in front of him. His eyes flickered as he sensed the most primitive power of the fiend Tao. How could there be such a monster in this world? Countless demonic runes rushed out of the demon stone and rushed towards Gu Fei's immortal venerate Tao body. The power of each demonic rune was extremely strong. On the immortal venerable Tao body, countless immortal divine runes interweaved and formed a light barrier around it, blocking all the incoming demonic runes. Gu Fei's Yuan Shen Tao embryo fused with the immortal venerable's physical body and seemed to have turned into the supreme immortal Tao. Every move he made was filled with boundless Tao charm. This most primitive power of the immortal Tao was able to resist the powerful fiend power of the demon stone. "I'll fight you to the death." The demon girl roused the fiend essence in her body with all her might, channeling the fiend power of the demons into the demon stone in front of her without any regard for the consequences. Buzz! The demon stone vibrated and let out a deafening sound. Demonic runes of the ancient road began to emerge from the demon stone. These were the most primitive demonic runes in the world, possessing unfathomable power. A fist-sized fiend Tao body emanated a demonic nature that made even the immortal Venerable's Tao body palpitate. Roar! At this moment, among the dozens of demons sitting cross-legged behind the demon stone, several demons roared and fell to the ground. Their bodies were rapidly withering as their fiend essence chi was devoured by the demon stone. Could this demon stone really be a chaos demon stone? In the starry sky 10,000 miles away from the Scarlet Planet, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He had some kind of connection with the immortal Venerable's Tao body, allowing him to see what the immortal Venerable's Tao body saw. The Chaos Demon Stone was an incomparably ancient item that was born in the chaos before the creation of the world. It was the source of evil energy in the world. The most primitive demonic runes were condensed on the Demon Stone, possessing unimaginable power. However, after countless years, this Demon Stone had long gone extinct in the human world. Who would have thought that this Demon Stone of original demon would appear here? Although it was only the size of a fist, this demon stone displayed power that surpassed the sage level. From this, one could imagine how terrifying this demon stone was. Boom! The primordial devil energy erupted like a terrifying destructive tide. With the chaos demon stone as the center, it spread out in all directions. In just an instant, the group of demons behind the demon stone was turned into ashes. All of their bodies and souls were destroyed. This power was so strong that even Gu Fei's immortal Venerable's Tao body was sent flying away. What's going on? At this moment, everyone outside the valley sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Gu Zhong and the rest quickly soared into the sky and flew into the starry sky, not daring to stay on the ground. The other demons also retreated at the first instance. Rumble! The entire valley exploded. Pitch black, spatial cracks extended out in all directions. Each crack was bigger than a mountain. The terrifying primordial devil energy erupted, causing the entire Scarlet Planet to tremble. The scarlet ground cracked, forming huge and hideous cracks. This was definitely a disaster for the demons on the Scarlet Blood Demon Star, because the primordial devil stone was still devouring the devil energy from all directions. The chaos demon stone soared into the sky like a devil sun hovering in the sky. Roar! The demons closest to it roared. In an instant, their devil energy was sucked dry by a powerful devouring force, turning them into dried corpses and falling to the ground. All the demons within a radius of 10 million miles were fleeing for their lives. All the demons were losing their devil energy rapidly. Countless demons collapsed, never to get up again. What's that? What's happening? A demon expert roared. A primordial devil energy enveloped more than half of the Scarlet Blood Demon Star. Even the two supremes among the demons were losing their devil energy continuously. The devouring force only disappeared after they had escaped 10 million miles away. However, only the strongest demons could escape 10 million miles away in a short period of time. Countless demons didn't have this ability at all. On the scarlet ground, countless demons had fallen. Roar! The two supremes of the demons roared. Their hearts were bleeding. Almost all the demons under them had died. Only a few powerful demon generals had survived, just as the primordial devil energy was devouring all the essence in the world. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body soared into the sky, using the violet gold divine sword as protection. He broke through the layers of devil energy and arrived in front of Gu Zhong and the others. Then he extended his hand and kept Gu Zhong and the others into his sleeve. Buzz! The violet gold divine sword emitted a dazzling sword radiance. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body executed the immortal sword technique. He became one with the sword and rapidly flew away. Let's go. After reuniting with the immortal sovereign Tao body, Gu Fei decisively retreated. The primordial devil stone was too strange. It could actually devour all the essence in the world. Moreover, the primordial devil nature in the devil stone was so strong that even Gu Fei almost fell for it. It definitely had the terrifying power to demonize all living beings. In a star domain 10 million miles away from the Scarlet Blood Devil Star, Gu Fei stopped. With a wave of the immortal sovereign Tao body, Gu Zhong and the others appeared in the starry sky. What's going on? When Gu Zhong came out, he was a little dizzy. He still didn't know what had happened. I didn't expect there to be a primordial devil stone in the depths of that valley, Gu Fei said. Primordial devil stone. When the others heard this, they didn't know what it was. However, they all knew that as long as there was the word demon in it, it was definitely not a good thing. Only Iron Blood Taoist's expression changed drastically when he heard about the primordial devil stone. That's something from before the chaos was formed. How can there be such a thing in the human world? Iron Blood Taoist looked in the direction of the Scarlet Blood Devil Star. In the sky above the star, there was a devil sun that was floating, devouring all the essence in the world. Even the starry sky above the demonic sun became dim and lightless. This thing is definitely a huge threat, Iron Blood Taoist said. With my current ability, it's impossible for me to refine this devil stone. It's even more of a threat if I carry it with me. Let's go, Gu Fei said after pondering for a moment. The origin of the primordial devil stone was too great. It was the most primitive devil stone that was born from the chaos. The devil stone had naturally evolved devil runes on it. To a certain extent, it was the most primitive supreme devil rune in the world. Even if Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron, the peerless ominous saber, the violet gold divine sword, and the 3 boundaries monument, he wouldn't be able to destroy this devil stone. Only a true supreme being would be able to melt this devil stone. In the end, Gu Fei and the others had no choice but to retreat and return to the second stage of the ancient road of the human race. This place was already in ruins. Gu Fei and the others found the teleportation formation in the ruins and continued moving forward. Just as Gu Fei and the others disappeared from the teleportation formation, a golden figure dashed over from afar. Damn it, Gu Fei actually left. It was a woman wearing a golden mask. She was the Golden Goddess. One would not be able to sense the existence of time when performing long-distance teleportation in the void. After an unknown period of time, the eyes of Gu Fei and the others suddenly lit up. Soon after, they appeared in a bright world, and a wave of life aura hit them in the face. This is Chapter 2157. Gu Fei and the rest realized that they were standing on an ancient formation platform. The entire formation platform was filled with traces of erosion left behind by the passage of time. The surroundings of the formation platform were in ruins. Countless vines and weeds grew among the ruins. Further away, towering ancient trees could be seen. It was a primordial forest. From the depths of the primordial forest, the roars of wild beasts could be heard. They had actually arrived at a place full of vitality. However, there were no traces of human activity here. Who knew how long this third stage of the human race had been abandoned? Among the ruins, only an ancient formation platform remained intact. Otherwise, Gu Fei and the rest would not have been able to reach this place. This was the first place that Gu Fei and the rest had come across after leaving ancestral Star Bujo. The fresh air lifted everyone's spirits. Check the surroundings. Gu Fei instructed Gu Zhong and the rest. Yes, Gu Zhong and the rest hurriedly accepted the order and spread out. What they needed to do now was to understand their surroundings and find out what kind of place they had arrived at. Very quickly, Gu Fei and the rest found out what kind of place they were in. It was a barren land. There were no humans here, only powerful wild beasts. Gu Fei and the rest set up camp on the ruins of the third stage. Then, Gu Zhong and the 12 bandits dispersed into the forest outside. To them, a barren land like this was the best hunting ground. Moo. Gu Zhong did not go far before a loud roar came from the mountains in front of him. A giant bull the size of a mountain walked out. This, Gu Zhong was shocked. To think that there would be such a powerful wild beast in this place. The bull's body was pitch black, and it exuded a murderous aura. There were 2 golden, incomparably sharp horns on the head of the giant bull. The legendary extinct golden-horned bull. Gu Zhong recognized the bull. He was shocked. The golden-horned bull was a creature from the desolate era. Although it was not very powerful, it could still smash a mountain when it went berserk. Why would there be such an ancient creature in this place? Gu Zhong was shocked. At this time, the others also encountered many powerful creatures. Boom! A violent and ferocious aura exploded in a forest. A black, godly crocodile suddenly rushed out from a pool in the forest and pounced towards Yao Yu. Kill! Yao Yu roared and waved her hands. A water-blue qi gang immediately rushed out of her hands and chopped at the godly crocodile. Pooh! The water-blue qi aura fiercely hacked on the crocodile's abdomen and sent the crocodile flying upside down into the pond, splashing water everywhere. Yes, Yao Yu was shocked. The godly crocodile did not seem to be injured. It broke out of the water and spat out a pitch-black gas at Yao Yu. The water plants around the pool withered as soon as they came into contact with the black gas. When Yao Yu saw this scene, she was shocked. This godly crocodile was not simple. It spat out poisonous gas. Before the poisonous gas even reached her, the stench already made her feel a little dizzy. Come on, let me practice. Yao Yu moved her feet and instantly moved 7 to 8 zhang. Then she separated her hands, and a mass of water-blue light spread out from her body. The sound of metal clanging was unceasing. Powerful water elemental qi gang quickly condensed. Many divine weapons appeared around her body. Each divine weapon emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. This was a martial arts combat skill that Yao Yu had comprehended when she was fighting with the spirits on Berry Heaven Star. She could release the martial arts energy from her body and condense all kinds of divine weapons to kill the enemy. Countless swords broke through the black gas and directly attacked the godly crocodile. All kinds of divine weapons condensed from martial arts energy were like real divine weapons. They slashed the godly crocodile's body, splashing sparks. This time, the godly crocodile was not as lucky as before. Blood splashed everywhere. The thick layer of scales on its body was finally broken. Some parts even revealed the bones. The godly crocodile roared and wanted to escape back into the pool. However, Yao Yu had no intention of letting this godly crocodile go. Swoosh! She took a step forward and instantly appeared above the godly crocodile. Then she stomped down. A powerful force appeared under her right foot. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void. Bang! Kacha! Yao Yu directly stomped on the godly crocodile's head. The godly crocodile's skull immediately shattered. It fell from the sky and smashed many trees. The beast king in this forest was trampled to death by Yao Yu just like that. After killing the godly crocodile, Yao Yu continued to explore. This barren land was very suitable for adventure. Walking in this kind of place, one would encounter all kinds of dangers. In another direction, Old Dragon encountered a huge snake that was as big as a mountain. The dragon and the snake met and a great battle broke out. The huge snake was extremely powerful. With a sweep of its tail, a mountain was broken in half. Old Dragon revealed his original form. He directly used his dragon claws to grab the body of the huge snake and forcefully tore it into 2. Then he devoured the inner core that was born in the body of the huge snake. The scene was bloody and primitive. This was the most primitive law of the barren land. The weak were prey to the strong. Zhong Li Meng was also in danger. She was at the side of a lake, and she encountered an azure flood dragon. After that, a great battle ensued. In the end, Even though she managed to kill the azure flood dragon, she was still heavily injured. She had no choice but to consume spirit medicine to heal herself, and thus temporarily stopped. At this time in the ruins, after sending everyone out, Gu Fei opened his inner world and let out all the people of the Meng family who were suitable for cultivation. "Go, this is your hunting time." Gu Fei did not say much and directly ordered. Thousands of people of the Meng family immediately rushed into the barren land outside of the ruins and disappeared into the forest. In this kind of place, the Meng family was like a dragon entering the sea. They were originally humans of the barren land and lived in the barren land. They couldn't be more familiar with this kind of place. The Meng family was the target that Gu Fei deliberately cultivated. This line of people cultivated the ancient martial arts that Gu Fei taught them. Their physical bodies were extremely strong, especially Meng Long, who had not cultivated for a long time. But his physical body already had the strength of a dragon elephant. In the future, he might be able to break through to the immortal realm. On the path of cultivation, one could not advance by leaps and bounds. It would not work if one only pursued great strength without tempering one's mind. It was like a child with infinite strength swinging a 100-pound hammer. If one was not careful, they would hurt themselves. Chapter 2158. The third stage of the human clan's ancient road was the same as the first stage. It had been abandoned for countless years. In the vast world, there were only ruins left that the human clan had once appeared in. The ancient ruins were almost completely covered by vines and weeds. Even the teleportation formation platform was among the vines. Fortunately, the teleportation formation platform on the human clan's ancient road was personally refined by the strongest of the human clan with rare divine metal. Even if a sage wanted to destroy it, it would not be an easy task. Even if everything in the third stage of the human clan was destroyed, this teleportation formation platform was definitely not immortal. There were even Dao patterns left by a supreme martial artist on it. Gu Fei soared into the sky and arrived high up in the sky. A wild aura came rushing over. On this land, there seemed to be no other human clan except for them. In the wild mountains, there were shouts from time to time. The people of the Meng clan were hunting wild beasts in the forest. For these hunters, this was both a challenge and a training. That is, at this time in the direction of the west, thousands of miles away, a monstrous fire appeared. That was the divine fire formed by the fire dragon Qi of the Red Dragon Elder. "Looks like the Dragon Elder has met his match," Gu Fei muttered to himself. He saw that the whole sky in the west was illuminated by the red divine fire. In the monstrous fire, he could vaguely see a red dragon in the fire. The Dragon Elder was only one step away from breaking through to the half-saint realm. However, he had been stuck at the ninth heaven and could not advance any further. This might be an opportunity. There were many examples of people breaking through in a life or death battle. Usually, only when they were forced to a dead end would they be enlightened in a hopeless situation. Powerful waves of power came from the west. The wild beast that was fighting with the Dragon Elder was extremely powerful. A strong and fierce aura came from it. Could it be that there are ancient beasts in this place? Gu Fei was a little surprised. It should be known that ancient beasts were all existences that could kill powerful figures. Some of them were even strong enough to kill sages. Old Flood Dragon found it difficult to defeat that fierce beast in a short period of time. At this time in the eastern sky, Gu Zhong was displaying his divine might and was fighting against a winged tiger. That is, Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw that winged tiger. That was one of the 4 great fierce beasts, the Qiongqi. He didn't expect to see such a peerless fierce beast here. It really is Qiongqi. Gu Fei couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat for Gu Zhong. It should be known that the 4 great primordial ominous beasts were so powerful that they could slaughter saints. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of their title. It looks like Qiongqi, but it's not the real Qiongqi. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The wings on the back of the tiger were not natural. but were condensed from the two divine essences that rushed out of the tiger's body. From afar, even Gu Fei couldn't tell that the wings on the tiger's back weren't made of flesh and blood. However, what was certain was that the tiger that was fighting with Gu Zhong definitely possessed the bloodline of one of the four great ancient beasts. Although its bloodline wasn't pure, and it couldn't grow a pair of wings, it was still powerful enough to contend against Huang Guzhong. However, Guzhong didn't seem to be trying to kill it. Could it be that he wanted to subdue it? Gu Fei only needed a moment to figure out what his disciple wanted to do. It seemed that having such a mount wasn't bad. He didn't seem to have a flashy mount. Should I go and subdue a dire beast as a mount? Gu Fei muttered to himself. In ancient times, many great powers of the human race had the habit of subduing strange beasts as mounts. The legendary Tao ancestor also had an azure ox as a mount. Forget it! There's no beast in the desolate world that's worthy of my attention. Gu Fei muttered to himself. His divine sense instantly enveloped the surrounding 50,000 miles. He couldn't sense the existence of any powerful beasts in this area. Given Zhang Xian's current cultivation and experience, ordinary savage beasts weren't enough to catch his eye, unless they were ancient divine beasts like the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, or the offspring of these divine beasts. However, these ancient divine beasts had long gone extinct. Their descendants wouldn't necessarily be able to be found in the human world. At this time, Gu Fei sensed that other than the old flood dragon and Gu Zhong, the others didn't seem to have encountered any powerful beasts. They were still rushing forward without stopping. The 12 bandits had already gone 10,000 miles away. As for the iron-blood Taoist, he directly went 10,000 miles away and disappeared without a trace. It seemed that he couldn't find an opponent at all. However, this place was very big and seemed to be endless. This was definitely a superstar. Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. Why couldn't he see any traces of humans on this superstar? In the distant past, something big must have happened here that led to the complete extinction of the human race. Other than some ruins, there was nothing left. However, this place was a paradise for beasts. Even fierce beasts with the Cheongqi bloodline had appeared. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any heaven-defying beasts jumping out. Gu Fei once again opened his inner world and released the 3 immortal emperors. This time, he didn't order the 3 immortal emperors to participate in the ongoing hunt. Instead, he ordered the 3 immortal emperors to lead a group of their subordinates to clean up the ruins of the human race. The 3 immortal emperors were very efficient. They quickly cleaned up the ruins of the human race. This was the ruins of an ancient city, and the ancient city was not small. From the bricks and tiles on the ruins, it could be seen that this ancient city was once incomparably prosperous. The collapsed city tower was still as huge as a hill. The main road in the ancient city was clearly visible. Each of the blue bricks on the main road was about 3 meters tall and should have weighed 10,000 pounds. It was hard to imagine how such a huge city could be completely destroyed. Could it be that it was destroyed by the experts among the demons, just like in the second stage of the human race's ancient road? This possibility was very high. However, in the ruins of the ancient city, Gu Fei didn't see a single skeleton left behind by the experts of the human race. If the demons had attacked, the ruins of the ancient city should have been full of skeletons. Moreover, the skeletons of the demons were easy to identify because the demon skeletons were all black. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was deep in thought, a loud noise suddenly came from afar. The entire ground shook violently, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. What's going on? Chapter 2159. Boundless, earth incomparably vast at the end of the southern heaven, and earth suddenly. An incomparably huge black chi surged up the black chi permeated between heaven and earth. It even reached into the endless starry sky. An extremely powerful wave came from the south. Sensing this, countless living beings were trembling. Even the most ferocious of beasts became obedient at this time. That is Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. There was indeed something wrong with this place. The powerful pressure emitted from the black qi. It enveloped the entire great wilderness. Could it be that a demon ancestor has appeared? Gu Fei felt somewhat uneasy. Such an earth-shattering scene. It was really somewhat frightening. Even he was extremely shocked. Could it be that demons were really everywhere? It was really hard to imagine. It seemed that this ancient road of the human race was not as simple as it seemed. It was indeed a road of cultivation filled with dangers. Master. At this time, Gu Zhong rushed back. He was unable to subdue that tiger beast which had the bloodline of the ancient, peerless Chengqi. He couldn't help but feel somewhat unhappy. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. Within the black qi in the southern horizon, a vague, demonic shadow was faintly discernible. A humanoid creature was struggling. It seemed as if it wanted to rush out. What's going on? The voice of the iron-blood Taoist could be heard. He had also returned. The demonic qi in the south soared to the sky. It seemed that a peerless demon had appeared. This caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. Woo! At this time, Gu Zhong took out a bugle horn and blew it. Then, the experts of the Meng clan, who had been stunned by the demonic power in the surrounding forest, woke up with a start. They all turned around and rushed back to the ruins. Very soon Yao Yu and Zhong, Li Ming and the 12 bandits have returned to the ruins. Everyone looked at the black gas at the end of the southern horizon in horror, all feeling very uneasy, as if they were about to be in big trouble. Gu Fei opened his inner world. He stored the 3 undying emperors and the Meng clan into his inner world. You guys wait here. I'll check it out. Gu Fei said as he flew towards the south. He made no attempt to conceal his powerful aura. Wherever it passes, all the beasts are trembling. The iron-blood Taoist gave chase. He wanted to see what was going on. None of the others had the cultivation and strength of Gu Fei and the iron-blood Taoist, so he stayed in the ruins. I don't dare to barge in now. Very soon Gu Fei and the iron-blood Taoist arrived near the black gas. The black gas had actually occupied an area with a radius of several thousand miles. It was pitch black inside. Even with Gu Fei's martial Tao Heavenly Eye, he couldn't see through it. Master, this. The iron-blood Taoist saw this. He was shocked. Roar. There was a faint, demonic howl coming from the black gas. It seemed as if there were countless devils roaring. It also seemed as if there were countless living beings wailing and struggling. The demonic aura coming from the demonic qi caused the 2 experts to feel uneasy. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long been aroused by their inner demons. The inner demons of cultivators were very terrifying. Some of them didn't have a strong enough mental state. If they were sexually assaulted by demons, it would arouse the evil side in their hearts. Thus, they would go berserk. This was also why Gu Fei wanted to train everyone's mental state. Roar. Just as Gu Fei was staring at the demonic qi in front of him, a furious roar suddenly sounded from within the demonic qi. Then, a demonic figure, shrouded in black, demonic flames, pounced towards him. How is this possible? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. This was a demon he had seen before. Back then, in the extreme north of the soaring dragon ancestral star, there was a demon like this. Even the primordial fire god couldn't suppress this demon. Wasn't the primordial fire demon badly injured by a group of almighty beings? You don't know where he escaped to? How could it appear here? At this moment, it was no longer up to Gu Fei to think, because the primordial fire demon, which was so powerful that it made his heart palpitate, had already pounced in front of him. Kill. Gu Fei attacked. He used his strongest technique, the primal Chaos Fist. He used his strongest combat technique, Chaos Fist, a power of the utmost ferocity. It shattered the void. It turned into a destructive storm. It charged towards the primordial fire demon. So what if it was the primordial fire demon? So what if it was the primordial fire demon? Gu Fei was very determined. Gu Fei's mind was extremely firm. The undefeatable fighting spirit in his heart was burning. This kind of peerlessly powerful opponent, it made the battle blood in his body boil. The primordial fire demon stretched out his hand. The demonic hand instantly enveloped the entire world. It completely ignored Gu Fei's primal chaos fist. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist had also met the strongest enemy in his life. An immortal divine bird actually rushed out from the demonic energy in front of them. To strike at him, war broke out. Unavoidable. Gu Fei's fists radiated boundless primal divine light. Broke through the giant hand of the primal fire demon. Rush out. What happened? This ominous demon doesn't seem to be as strong as I imagined it to be. Gu Fei was flabbergasted. The primal fire demon was one of the 5 elements demon ancestors. The day the demon appeared in the north, the primordial fire demon was locked in a battle with the ghost emperor of Fengdu, and finally got away. Even the explosion of the undying body could not kill the primordial fire demon. Gu Fei could be where he is today, all because of what happened at the bottom of the frost jade pool. The yin-yang jade pendant from the immortal body. This primordial fire demon forced the indestructible body to explode. That means a lot to him. There's no doubt about it. As good as killing his benefactor. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Gu Fei continued to display his martial arts combat skills. Engaged in a fierce battle with that ferocious demon from the sky to the ground and from the earth to the sky, wherever it passes the void is destroyed. The 2 super experts are like the gods of destruction. Shatter everything. Destroy everything. Powerful energy, waves spread out. The whole world is shaking. Puny human, I will swallow you in one gulp. The primordial fire demon sent out a wave of divine will. Then, in the endless demonic fire, a pitch-black vortex appeared and swallowed Gu Fei. A power that could devour the entire world surged out from the pitch-black vortex. It enveloped Gu Fei in an instant. It pulled him towards the black vortex. Chaos reversal. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaos reversal secret art. A strange power spread out from his body. Then, the devouring power that enveloped him was immediately disrupted. This is the primordial fire demon seemed surprised. In the demonic fire, 2 cold and fierce gazes appeared. It swept towards Gu Fei. It was as if she wanted to see through him inside and out. At the same time, endless demonic patterns appeared in the demonic fire. They interweaved into an ancient demonic diagram. It suppressed Gu Fei. The energy waves emitted from the demonic diagram made Gu Fei feel danger. The first thing he did was to retreat backward, but the demonic diagram followed him like a shadow. Chapter 2160. The primordial fire demon was extremely powerful. Endless demonic patterns intertwined to form a demonic diagram of sealing the heavens and sealed Gu Fei. The entire world was enveloped by this demonic diagram. All of Gu Fei's paths of retreat were sealed and he had nowhere to run. Virum. Just as the demonic diagram was about to seal Gu Fei, a sword chime was heard from the primordial fire demon's body. A purple gold sword aura rushed out and landed in the primordial fire demon's hand. However, the moment Gu Fei held onto the purple gold sword, the demonic diagram that emitted a destructive demonic aura gradually became transparent and then disappeared into the void. The endless demonic flames were dissipating, and the primordial fire demon's figure also became incorporeal. Then it completely disappeared into the void as if it had never been there. How could this be? Seeing this, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The extremely powerful primordial fire demon had disappeared without a trace before his eyes. Could this have all been an illusion? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Even with his state of mind, he had still been bewitched by an illusion. This was too unbelievable. one should know that his mind was extremely firm. At this time, Gu Fei realized that the Iron Blood Priest, who was hundreds of meters away from him, was continuously attacking as if he was fighting against something. However, there was nothing in front of the Iron Blood Priest. He was fighting against the air. Needless to say, the Iron Blood Priest had fallen for it as well. He had already fallen into an illusion and was unable to extricate himself. He was walking step by step towards the demonic aura before him. "Wake up quickly." Seeing this, Gu Fei hurriedly used the divine voice of the Great Path. The divine voice of the Great Path was like a blow to the head. The Iron Blood Priest's body immediately trembled and he stopped. Then his expression became extremely shocked. How could this be? The Iron Blood Taoist's voice began to tremble. This was simply too unimaginable. Wasn't he fighting against the undying bird? The scene was so realistic. Gu Fei did not say much. He directly opened his inner world and stored the Iron Blood Taoist inside. The Iron Blood Taoist was different from him. He had the purple gold divine sword in his hand. Just now, it was the wisp of divinity on the purple gold divine sword that woke him up from the illusion. If he had not subconsciously used the purple gold divine sword, he would probably still be trapped in the illusion and unable to extricate himself. In the end, he would be lured into the demonic aura in front of him. What's going on? Could it be the legendary demon? Gu Fei knew that the thing in the devil chi was really terrifying to be able to make him fall into an illusion. It seemed that only demonic creatures above the saint level had such an ability. At this moment, Gu Fei held the purple gold divine sword in his hand. The demonic power that emanated from the demonic aura in front of him could no longer affect him. I'd like to see what's causing all this trouble. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei walked directly into the surging and mighty demonic aura in front of him. The purple gold divine sword emitted a powerful wave of divinity that blocked the surrounding demonic aura. This powerful wave of divinity protected Gu Fei and allowed him to walk in the demonic aura without being affected by it. After Gu Fei's divine will merged with the powerful wave of divinity on the purple gold divine sword, it could leave his body and envelop the void within a radius of several dozen kilometers with him as the center. He sensed that there were countless skeletons floating in the gigantic pillar of demonic aura. Most of these skeletons belonged to the human race. However, the skeletons of some of the foreign races were incomparably huge. They were like black flood dragons that were thousands of meters long. Their huge heads were like small mountains. Moreover, their heads had already transformed into dragon horns that only true dragons had. This black flood dragon was incomparably powerful and was in the process of transforming into a true dragon. Gu Fei knew that this black flood dragon was likely to be even stronger than his disciple, Old Flood Dragon. However, it had died here, leaving behind a cold corpse that floated in the demonic aura. There were also many undying corpses of the human race floating in the air. Moreover, these people's clothes were very ancient and did not seem to be the clothes of modern people. Skeletons and corpses were floating in the air. This scene made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. There were actually countless living beings that had fallen here, becoming bones or cold corpses. What had happened here in the distant past? No one knew, because those who knew had probably become cold corpses here. Gu Fei discovered that all the corpses had rushed up from below and then sunk back down. Below this demonic aura pillar seemed to be an azura hell. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly sank down. In the demonic aura, he seemed to be unable to sense the passage of time. All of this was extremely strange. There were corpses floating around him. Gu Fei did not know how deep he had sunk. After a little less than an hour, he finally sensed a huge object below him. It was a stone palace. Gu Fei sensed that this stone palace was directly below him. The entire stone palace was built from a kind of pitch-black stone filled with demonic aura. Gu Fei discovered that these black stones seemed to be chaos magic stones at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, these black stones could not be compared to chaos magic stones at all. These should be ordinary magic stones. Although they carried a demonic aura, these stones did not have natural primordial magic runes condensed from the world. This was the simplest and most effective way to identify chaos magic stones. Within chaos magic stones, there were naturally evolved magic runes condensed from the world. The Black Stone Palace was 70 to 80 feet tall. On the ground in front of the stone palace, there were scattered beads of blood. These blood beads did not seem to have solidified and were sparkling like high-quality agate. Beside the blood droplet, there was also a broken spear on the ground. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. There was actually blood in this place that had not dried up. One had to know that this place was filled with demonic aura. Even the demonic energy here could not corrode these blood beads on the ground. Could it be that these blood beads were the blood of a supreme being? Or the human emperor's blood? Only the blood of such an existence would not be corroded by the demonic energy. A few blood beads and a broken spear. All of this puzzled Gu Fei. Could it be that a great battle had taken place here? He noticed that other than the blood beads on the ground that still had spirituality, even the divinity contained within the broken spear had completely disappeared. Gu Fei pondered for a long time before regaining his wits. He looked at the half-open stone door as if this stone palace was a man-eating beast, causing his heart to palpitate. Chapter 2161. A demonic hall built from black demonic stones floated in the air. Gu Fei wielded the violet gold divine sword fearlessly as he arrived before the demonic hall and pushed open the stone door. However, the moment he pushed open the door, he saw a figure standing silently behind the stone door, staring at him. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. He never imagined that there would be someone behind the stone door. Goosebumps rose all over his body and he was about to attack. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the person behind the stone door did not emit any aura of life. A dead person. Gu Fei scrutinized the person and saw that the person behind the stone door was a middle-aged man dressed in beast skin. He seemed to be a human from the desolate era. This middle-aged man was not tall. His eyes were wide open, but there was a deathly gray color in his eyes. There was not a trace of divine light in them. What's going on? How did he die here? Gu Fei was bewildered, but the violet gold divine sword in his hand did not emit any strange energy. He pondered for a moment, then walked past the man and entered the hall. When Gu Fei entered the hall, he was immediately shocked by the scene before him. The stone door was filled with white bones, and in the middle of the bones there was a path made from skulls that extended towards the depths of the hall. Gu Fei was both shocked and angered. This was a path made from human bones, and the translucent skulls still glowed with the light of divinity. How preposterous! Gu Fei gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. One must know that these skulls were extraordinary to be able to maintain their divinity in a place shrouded in demonic aura. Every skull represented an expert of the human race. It was unknown how many skulls there were on this path. Clearly, countless human experts had died in the hands of the master of this devil hall. Arrogant enough. I'd like to see what kind of demon would dare to use the heads of human experts to pave the way. Gu Fei's killing intent soared. Daring to treat humans like this. Even if the master of this devil hall died 1,000 or 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. Without hesitation, he walked forward with his sword in hand. He did not walk on the road paved with human skulls, but walked in the air. A chilling, murderous aura emanated from his body. At this moment, this devil hall was as silent as ever. No aura could be sensed, like a devil hall that has been abandoned for countless years. There was a strange, demonic aura lingering around the demon palace, but there were no demons here. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. Everything here was too calm, and it seemed a little abnormal. Just as Gu Fei entered the hall, he saw that there were many corpses strewn across the hall. The demonic aura on these corpses had yet to dissipate. Even after so many years, the demonic aura is still present. Seems like these devils were all major characters when they were alive. As Gu Fei walked closer, he discovered that these devils were actually all killed by someone smashing their heads apart. It was as though they didn't have any strength to resist at all. The master of this devil hall is dead. Gu Fei was very shocked. It wasn't an easy thing to kill such a group of incomparably powerful devils. However, the existence who killed these devils actually did it. He discovered that the reactions of some of the devils were also very fast. Devil weapons were already in their hands, but before they could even attack, their heads were already smashed apart. Gu Fei carefully observed, and to his shock, he discovered that the master of this devil hall didn't seem to have been killed, because the devilish aura on these devils were roughly the same. In other words, the cultivation bases of these ancient devils were similar. Even if there were some ancient devils stronger than ordinary ancient devils, they wouldn't be much stronger. Without absolute strength, these ancient devils wouldn't submit to any expert among the demons. In other words, the master of this devil hall had a peerless strength. However, when Gu Fei carefully looked around, other than the skeletons of the ancient devils, he couldn't find any other powerful corpses of the demons. That one is at the back. Just as Gu Fei was about to walk towards the back of the hall, an ancient devil corpse behind him suddenly stood up without a sound. As the ancient devil corpse stood up, the broken head of the ancient devil actually began to rapidly repair itself. In just an instant, a middle-aged ancient devil appeared in the gloomy hall. Gu Fei took a step forward, but at this moment his step halted in midair. The hairs on his body stood erect as a cold aura spread out from behind him. A devil corpse that has been dead for countless years has undergone a corpse transformation. Gu Fei's right foot lightly landed on the ground. At the instant his right foot touched the ground, he abruptly turned around. He saw a demonic figure standing less than 3 meters behind him. This demonic figure's feet didn't touch the ground. The tip of his toes was pointing downwards as he floated in the air only half a foot above the ground. Swish! That ancient devil corpse moved, directly floating towards Gu Fei. Its body stiffened as a powerful suction force emanated from it, wanting to pull Gu Fei over. What the hell is this? Gu Fei shook the violet gold divine sword in his hand. BZ! The sound of a sword humming rang out. That ancient devil corpse seemed to be afraid of the violet gold divine sword and actually didn't dare to move forward. However, it didn't retreat either. Just like that, it stood in a deadlock with Gu Fei. Swish! Gu Fei directly unsheathed his sword. A violet gold sword light rushed out from his hand and instantly slashed across the waist of the ancient devil corpse. The upper half of the ancient devil corpse immediately fell to the ground. With a soft poof, the upper half of the ancient devil corpse that was cut off by Gu Fei actually broke through the ground and burrowed into the ground. The lower half of the ancient devil corpse also burrowed into the ground. Burrow! Seeing this, Gu Fei hurriedly leaped up and hovered in the air. Poof! Just as Gu Fei leaped up, the ground he was standing on suddenly caved in. A devil shadow broke through the ground and rushed out. Nothing happened to it after being slashed by the violet gold divine sword. Gu Fei couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. This ancient devil corpse was very strange. One must know that not to mention a devil corpse. Even if this devil corpse had a powerful cultivation when it was alive, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a single slash from the violet gold divine sword. Chapter 2162. The demonic corpse was extremely strange. Even the purple gold god sword could not destroy it. This made Gu Fei feel incredulous. One must know that the purple gold god sword was a supreme sword weapon. Bang! Just at this moment, the ground beneath Gu Fei suddenly exploded. A black shadow instantly rushed out from the ground and fiercely pounced towards him. Humph! Gu Fei let out a cold snort and stomped on the ground, arriving first despite moving later. Bang! Gu Fei's right foot fiercely stomped on the demonic corpse's face, causing the demonic corpse's face to cave in and almost explode its head. Boom! The demonic corpse landed heavily on the ground. The strong impact caused the entire demonic hall to tremble. Cracks appeared on the ground. At the place where the demonic corpse landed, a huge crater appeared. Gu Fei realized that this demonic corpse was not that strong. However, it had an undying demonic nature. It seemed to be in existence that could not be destroyed. Roar! The demonic corpse roared and stood up from the crater. Its deformed face was constantly changing. Its broken bones were mending and flesh was growing again. In just a few breaths, the demonic corpse had recovered. What kind of power is controlling this fella? Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. This was an existence that could not be defeated. Swoosh! He waved the purple gold god sword in his hand. The sharp sword Qi sliced the demonic corpse that was charging at him into two. There was no sign of blood or flesh splattering. This ancient devil had been dead for God knows how long. Although the demonic nature in its body had not dissipated completely, the demonic blood in its body was already in a half-dried state. Moreover, the demonic corpse's strange, undying demonic nature bound the demonic corpse's muscles, bones, blood, and flesh together. Nothing in the demonic corpse's body would be lost. The killing intent within the purple gold god sword was extraordinary. After the demonic corpse was sliced into two, it could not recover in a short period of time. Gu Fei took advantage of this moment and headed towards the rear hall with his sword in hand. When he entered the back hall, the two halves of the corpse devil barely joined together and gradually fused into one. Soon, the corpse devil completely recovered, as if it had never been split in half. The corpse demon seemed to be wary of the rear hall. It only paced around the main hall and did not enter it. When Gu Fei entered the rear hall, the first thing he saw was a pitch-black coffin placed in the middle of the rear hall. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this black coffin was not made of wood. From time to time, a black light would circulate on the surface of the black coffin. The entire black coffin was carved out of a huge black rock. This rock was the Black Demon Stone. Only the experts of the demons would be able to do such a thing. Could it be that the master of the demon palace had really died? The demon palace was strange and mysterious. Gu Fei directly waved the purple gold god sword in his hand and slashed at the black coffin in front of him. Regardless of what was inside the black coffin, he would slash at it first. Although the Black Demon Stone was a rare type of demonic stone with demonic nature, it was still unable to contend against the Paragon sword. Clang! Wherever the sword light passed, the entire black coffin was sliced into two by the purple gold god sword. A black demonic aura rushed out from the demon coffin. Within the demonic aura, one could vaguely see a ferocious demon struggling. Gu Fei was shocked. The demonic aura that leaked out from the demon coffin was very unique. It could transform into all kinds of illusions. An aura that made his heart palpitate seeped out from the demon coffin. Could it be? He thought of something and was extremely shocked. Bang! He punched out. An entire black coffin instantly shattered. There was no corpse within the black coffin. Instead, a skull fell out. That was a pitch-black skull. Upon seeing this skull, Gu Fei only felt as though an incomparably realistic portrait flashed before his eyes. A strange fluctuation emanated from the skull. This was a type of demonic nature contained within the skull. It was a type of demonic nature that could cause people to hallucinate. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei, if it wasn't for the Paragon sword in his hand, would also be affected by this demonic nature and get lost in the illusions. It can cause people to hallucinate and completely lose themselves. Could it be that this skull is the skull of an illusion demon? Gu Fei muttered to himself. In ancient times, a terrifying great devil once appeared. The cultivation of this great devil wasn't that strong, but this great devil cultivated a type of devil Dao secret art that could cause people to hallucinate. The illusion demon used this kind of magic to subdue countless incomparably powerful demons and also slaughtered countless human experts. In the later period of the Desolate Era, this great devil disappeared. Some people said that this great devil was killed by the human emperor of the human race, while others said that this great devil hid away to avoid the catastrophe. Gu Fei had never thought that he would actually find traces of the illusion demon here. Moreover, this great devil seemed to be really dead. Could it be that the legend was true? This great devil was really killed by the supreme emperor of the human race? Gu Fei thought of the dead middle-aged man in animal skin standing behind the gate of this devil palace. That person could actually die standing, and his body was immortal, and his face was still vivid and lifelike. If the middle-aged man in animal skin was the supreme emperor of the human race, then why did he die here? All of this was a mystery. No one knew that under the ground. There was a shocking secret, but no one knew what the secret was. In the entire devil palace, other than the tens of ancient devil corpses in the front hall, as well as that strange devil corpse, there was only the skull in the black coffin at the back hall. At this moment, devil roars suddenly rang out in Gu Fei's ears. The sound was faintly discernible, and on the surface of the pitch-black skull on the ground, there were actually devil runes appearing faintly. After that, illusory illusions appeared around the skull, and within the entire devil palace, a force seemed to have been awakened. BZZ! The violet gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand vibrated lightly. The sword seemed to have sensed that force and reacted. This was a warning to Gu Fei. Bury my past body, destroy my present soul, undergo nirvana, and be reborn. Within the devil palace, a faint divine sense fluctuation appeared. This is... Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Could it be that all of this was under the control of a mastermind? Someone had set up a heaven-shaking grand scheme, and what was he plotting? Rumble! At this moment, the entire devil palace suddenly trembled. The entire devil palace seemed to have gained life, as though a terrifying ancient devil ancestor was awakening. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and directly rushed out of the devil palace. And just when he rushed out of the great hall, he saw numerous devil silhouettes standing there. Powerful devil chi gushed forth from these devil silhouettes. What? Chapter 2163. In the main hall of the devil hall, there were more than a dozen demonic figures standing silently. In the main hall that was shrouded in demonic aura, they appeared exceptionally strange and terrifying. How could this be? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He quickly looked at the ground and saw that it was empty. There were no corpses on the ground. Needless to say, those corpses that had fallen to the ground had already stood up. Could it be that the demonic corpses that had died for countless years could come back to life? Encountering such a thing, no matter how skilled and courageous Gu Fei was, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Everything here couldn't be explained with common sense. No one knew what the Huanma had left behind. Could it be that this devil was really going to be reborn? It wasn't that such a thing had never happened before. In the yin-yang jade pendant that Gu Fei obtained from the icy azure pool, there was someone who had gathered endless spiritual energy and was reborn. The person who walked out from the yin-yang jade pendant was the supreme expert who suppressed the devil cave of the extreme north with his own strength. Since there was already a precedent, it seemed that it was possible for the Huanma to be reborn. This was definitely not a miracle. Although it was a huge risk, there was a chance of success. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but tighten his grip on the sword. Buzz! The violet gold divine sword was still gently vibrating. This supreme sword had already gained sentience. If it wasn't for the sword soul that was still asleep, this divine sword would have already turned into sword light and flew out. Just as Gu Fei was about to bypass the dozen demonic corpses in the main hall, they suddenly turned to look at him. More than a dozen blood-colored evil lights lit up the dark main hall. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Since you are dead, rest in peace. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly stepped forward. The violet gold divine sword in his hand emitted a supreme aura that enveloped his entire body. The demonic aura that could attract people into the environment was blocked by the aura of the divine sword. It couldn't affect Gu Fei at all. But this time, these demonic corpses were no longer afraid of the supreme sword in Gu Fei's hand. They directly flew up and pounced towards Gu Fei. Shua! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei swung the divine sword in his hand. The two demonic corpses that pounced at him were immediately struck by the sword light and fell from the sky. Gu Fei executed the 8 desolate steps and moved quickly around the hall. Every time he slashed out, a demonic corpse would be cut in half and fall to the ground. However, Gu Fei noticed to his shock that as soon as the corpses of these devil corpses touched the ground, they would immediately connect and fuse together before charging into the sky and continuing to pounce towards him. This, although these demonic corpses weren't strong, their immortal characteristics caused Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. These demonic corpses were simply like monsters that were difficult to exterminate. Anyone who encountered such monsters would be terrified. Rumble! The tremors of the entire devil hall grew more and more intense. It was as though there really was an incomparably powerful life form awakening from its slumber. Reverse life and death. Return of the true demon. Waves of divine will appear in the void. Boundless devil chi permeated the area outside the devil hall, terrifying to the extreme. Numerous corpses could be seen floating within the devil chi. It was unknown how many lives had fallen within this boundless devil chi. Scram! Gu Fei was ruthless. The divine sword in his hand shot out a beam of sword light that was over 10 zhang long, sweeping through everything, directly turning the 3 devil corpses in front of him into dust. After that, he dashed past them and rushed out of the devil hall. A path made of crystalline skulls extended towards the entrance of the devil hall. At the end of this path, a figure clad in beast hide stood there. When Gu Fei saw this figure, he couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. He remembered that when he entered the devil hall, this man was facing outside. But now this man was facing inside. What's going on? This place was incomparably bizarre, as though anything could happen here. Gu Fei didn't stop and directly moved forward. He wanted to leave this devil hall as soon as possible. And just when he arrived at the entrance of the devil hall, the gray eyes of the middle-aged man suddenly gleamed with coldness. After that, the middle-aged man in beast hide moved. The middle-aged man in beast hide had a stone cudgel in his hand. That lifeless body of his actually glowed with a divine luster as a surge of vitality gushed forth from him. Not dead. Gu Fei's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This middle-aged man in beast hide actually didn't die? How could this be possible? But the revival of vitality wasn't an illusion. This was definitely not an illusion. One must know that no matter how powerful the ancient illusion devil was, it was impossible for it to be comparable to a paragon. The power of the illusion devil shouldn't be able to break through the divine chi radiating from the violet gold divine sword and affect Gu Fei's consciousness. Who? The middle-aged man in beast hide heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he stretched his waist as a series of explosive sounds rang out from his body. Swish! That person discovered Gu Fei's existence. His cold gaze instantly turned to Gu Fei. Greetings, Senior. Gu Fei cupped his hands and bowed to the middle-aged man in beast hide. This middle-aged man exuded a divine and holy aura. He was definitely not an evil demon. This was an existence so powerful that even Gu Fei's heart palpitated. It was as if he was facing a supreme human emperor. Even when he faced the human emperor divine weapon back then, he didn't feel as much pressure as this. You are... The middle-aged man in beast hide emitted a powerful divine will. This divine will rush towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows, wanting to forcefully read his memories. Gu Fei didn't expect that this middle-aged man in beast hide would be so direct. He wanted to read his memories. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't stop him. However, just when the divine will of the middle-aged man in beast hide was about to enter Gu Fei's brain, the violet gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand vibrated. The divine will of the middle-aged man in beast hide immediately stopped. Supreme sword. The middle-aged man in beast hide seemed to be very surprised. He stared at the violet gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand for a long time before looking up at Gu Fei. Huan Mo is about to resurrect. This is unstoppable. There will be a great calamity in the world. The middle-aged man in beast hide said. Rumble. The entire hall began to collapse. A powerful demonic aura spread out from the hall. Then, a huge demonic shadow emerged from the hall. What on earth is happening? Gu Fei asked. Huan Ma wants to become an undying and indestructible devil ancestor. He wants to undergo nirvana rebirth and transform into a true devil body. This devil is really amazing. If I did not discover it in time, he would have succeeded in ancient times. The middle-aged man said, Good heavens! Hearing this, Gu Fei was also shocked. He understood that Huan Mo wanted to shed his acquired demon body and become a real demon born from heaven and earth. Chapter 2164. The Spider Empress and Hao Ren once again returned to the skies above Cloud Mountain summit. Both of their breathing were a bit messy. After several hours of high-intensity battle, moreover against opponents with similar strength, the intense consumption was a bit too much for the two of them. The Spider Empress was covered in cuts and bruises, but the damage wasn't as great as she had anticipated. After frowning, she suddenly revealed a charming smile and said in a mocking tone, Even though your defensive strength is indeed quite shocking, it seems like your offensive strength hasn't made much progress. Same here. Your attack power disappoints me too much. Or is it that my diamond body's defense is too strong? Hao Ren did not deny that his attack power was inferior to the Spider Empress, but his defense was also far superior. As a result, the two of them suffered similar injuries. Hao Ren's diamond body was also covered in all kinds of scratches. His body had the ability to regenerate, and he had enough sword qi. As long as the damage did not reach his heart, he could use sword qi to repair it. That was why Hao Ren had decisively cut off the flow of poison after being corroded by the poison. However, if the rate of damage was too fast, sword qi would not be enough. After all, Hao Ren still needed to use his sword qi to attack. It's a bit too boring to keep fighting like this. Let's just decide the victor, Hao Ren suddenly said. What do you mean? You want to admit defeat? Even if that's the case, I won't let you go. Haha. Admit defeat? You think too highly of yourself, Spider. Why don't you just admit defeat? Let's just use this move to decide the victor. Hao Ren was brimming with confidence, which made the Spider Empress even more vigilant. She watched with rapt attention. Hao Ren's current state was indeed a bit strange. His jade-like body had been completely absorbed by the energy, but now the energy was almost non-existent. The Spider Empress naturally would not admit defeat. She seemed to be tired of this endless battle of attrition. She raised her eyebrows and coldly laughed. Since that's the case, I'll also use this move to end this meaningless battle. Hey, what are they talking about? Jiang Junqing was so anxious that he could only stare at them. His injuries had long since recovered. When he saw that the Spider Empress and Hao Ren had both stopped fighting, he was already itching to go up. However, he heard the two of them muttering something, but he could not hear them clearly. Dong Fangsheng was a thief. His hearing was much better than a berserker's. With a cold face, he said in a deep voice, They're going to decide the battle in a single move. One move to decide the victor. Everyone get out of the way. Prepare your defenses. No one is allowed to go up and die. Qin Yang reacted instinctively and turned around to give instructions loudly. It was obvious, even if one thought with their toes. The two of them were going to decide the outcome of the battle with a single move. What kind of terrifying move would that be? This was definitely not something they could interfere with. But Tang Lin frowned and said worriedly, Haren's ultimate skill should be in cooldown by now, right? What other ultimate skill does he have that can decide the outcome of the battle in one move? They had seen how Ren's ultimate moved several times, so they knew that this ultimate move had a cooldown time of 1 day. He had already used it when the Spider Empress changed into her second form, so there was no way he could use it again now. Trust him. Qin Yang sighed softly. Although I don't want to admit it, we have indeed become Haren's burden. Right now we can only trust him. That's right. Perhaps he comprehended a powerful skill after fusing with the crystal rock snake. Xia Fei encouraged everyone. However, the tone of her voice made it seem like she was constantly comforting herself. Her beautiful face was filled with worry, making others feel pity for her. How Ren's upper sword art had already entered cooldown. He still had Blade Storm left, but this ultimate move alone was not enough to defeat the Spider Empress. He was also very clear on this point. However, at this moment, he slowly straightened his arm and raised Thunder's Fury horizontally. Sword Qi gathered around his body, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Is this a skill you comprehended after fusing with this body? You think you can defeat me with this? Too naive. I'll let you see my true strength. My final and strongest ultimate move. Dark Storm. The Spider Empress raised her voice and let out a long cry. The sky was once again filled with dark clouds, and the dark clouds began to descend rapidly in the shape of a vortex. Thunder rumbled, and countless black auras began to spread from all directions, quickly gathering around the Spider Empress body. This scene caused Hao Ren to be slightly taken aback, because the scene on his side was exactly the same. The clouds in the sky were also rapidly gathering, but they were not dark clouds. Instead, they were thick white clouds that were also stretching downwards in the shape of a vortex. Both of them were desperately accumulating the last of their strength. Because of their powerful battle prowess, they could even affect the weather. The surging light in the surroundings was the energy layer that covered the sky. Looks like our ultimate moves are about the same. My ultimate move is called Blade Storm, but in my current state, Blade Storm has already changed. Calling it Diamond? Blade Storm would be more appropriate. Diamond? Blade Storm? So what? I'll just mention it in passing. In the previous civilization era, I used Dark Storm to instantly destroy a city. Haha, don't be afraid. I just want to give you a reminder. Don't think about avoiding it. You can't avoid it. No one in this city can avoid Dark Storm. Hao Ren was indeed taken aback, but he was not afraid. He said, You existed in the previous civilization? You existed in that magic civilization era. I couldn't tell. But you're actually an old woman. The Spider Empress did not seem to mind and continued to say, Honestly speaking, you humans are far too lacking compared to the previous civilization era. You humans are too young, so young that it's almost ridiculous. Being older doesn't necessarily mean you're powerful. How stupid! Civilizations need time to settle down. The previous civilization era developed for 280,000 years, the third civilization era developed for 460,000 years, and the second civilization era developed for 6 million years. What about you humans? Haha, what a joke! Old witch, are you done yet? Unfortunately, you've lived for so many years, and the magic civilization has not been able to kill you. Yet you're going to die at the hands of the human civilization. I wonder what that feels like. Just you. The Spider Empress laughed condescendingly. That's right. Just me alone is enough. Hao Ren laughed proudly. Diamond, Blade Storm, Dark Storm. Chapter 2165. Diamond Blade Storm Mutated Quality. Gold Learning Requirement. possesses the sword Saint Gold skill, Bladestorm. Diamond Bladestorm can be activated after merging with any crystal-type creature through a soul contract. Skill description: Bladestorm Enhanced Version. The power increases depending on the energy stored in the crystal. Every additional energy stored doubles the damage. Special skill: Crystallization. Bladestorm's damage is converted to crystal damage. This was the strongest skill Hao Ren had obtained after fusing with the crystalline rock snake, Diamond Bladestorm. Although it did not have the powerful sword aura boost of the Supreme Sword Art, the Diamond Bladestorm skill clearly stated that the amount of energy stored in the skill determined the multiplier of the skill's boost. I think you must be wondering why I purposely took the damage from so many of your energy balls. Humph. If you didn't use your body to hit the energy balls, your friend would be finished. The Spider Queen harumphed coldly. However, she had a bad feeling in her heart. As expected, you've underestimated me. Do you really think that with my current speed, I won't be able to break your energy balls with just my sword chi alone? Hao Ren shook his head and suddenly shouted, I'll tell you the answer now. I'll return all the energy you've given me. Within his sparkling and translucent body, the 5-colored spheres of light suddenly left his body one after another, entering Thunder Fury. In that instant, the sword energy around Hao Ren's body expanded over 10,000 times, surrounding all of Cloud Mountain. In addition, it instantly broke through the barrier the Spider Empress laid down, continuously extending, reaching a range of 1,000 meters. If a single energy unit could double the damage, then Hao Ren's Diamond Bladestorm would increase by tens of thousands of times. Fortunately, he encountered a powerful enemy like the Spider Empress. Otherwise, ordinary opponents wouldn't be able to instantly release such a powerful energy attack for Hao Ren to absorb, and then have enough time to slowly convert. TCH, the Spider Queen's face was ashen and twisted. Rather than saying she was angry, it was better to say that she was afraid. The shocking sword chi that the young man in front of her was truly a threat to her existence. Moreover, this was under the premise that she had released her final arachnid form. With just this power alone, it is indeed comparable to the previous civilization era. It really is enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the last great civilization. However, what a pity! The Spider Empress roared out malevolently. The last great era was also destroyed like this. Die, Dark Storm! Boom! The black aura around the Spider Empress suddenly began to revolve, fast to an unimaginable degree. This was actually a storm that revolved at high speed. To the naked eye of an ordinary person, there was only tranquility under the pitch-black sky. When the storm reached its limit, it had already exceeded the limits of what the naked eye could see. But under this tranquility, there were turbulent waves. Pa! A huge rock slowly floated away from Cloudy Mountain. When it was only a few meters away, a black wind blade flashed across the sky, and the rock instantly disappeared without a trace. He was right. This rock didn't shatter, nor did it turn into powder. It just disappeared into thin air. Not to mention powder, not even a speck was left. Someone like Jiang Junqing, who had high combat strength, could see it clearly. He couldn't help but shiver as he turned around and yelled at the others, "Run! Stop King defending!" Everyone was still stunned. Yang Feng smacked his lips and retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could we possibly escape? Although I can't see anything, but it's clear that we can't outrun the Spider Empress Darkness Storm. Defense is the best way." "You idiot! Didn't you see it just now? An attack that can even annihilate the tiniest speck of dust. How could we possibly defend against it? We can't defend against it. Any defensive skill is useless in front of this darkness storm. It's not on the same level." Qin Yang was the first to understand. Without thinking, he broke into a run and rushed down the mountain. In any case, the barrier around them had already been broken by Hao Ren's sword chi. Now was a race against time. Running 1 more meter might increase their chances of survival. Seeing Qin running, the others weren't stupid, regardless of whether they understood Jiang Juanqing's words or not. They all began to retreat as fast as they could. Among them, there were those with escape acceleration skills, such as Tang Lin's rocket jump and Dong Fengsheng's blink. They didn't hesitate to use them. Although I don't understand what's going on, it seems to be very powerful. Hao Ren frowned and muttered, "Foolish humans, this is true power, a power that belongs to the molecular level of destruction. You will never understand." Before he finished speaking, Hao Ren's dark white diamond blade storm and the Spider Empress darkness storm finally collided on the summit of Cloudy Mountain. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The entire Jinling city was shaking violently. In the area closest to Cloudy Mountain, countless huge cracks appeared on the ground. Boiling underground water sprayed everywhere, and even surging magma spewed everywhere. The ground began to collapse slowly, and flames soared into the sky. It was like hell. The aftermath of the collision between the black and white forces surged into the sky like a sharp sword, shooting straight into the vast universe and forcibly cutting the sky in half. The sky began to darken rapidly, and colorful lights flickered. It was like the scene before the end of the world. Aurora! It's an aurora! Someone in the team who was still escaping had some understanding of physics. Seeing this scene, he was shocked and said loudly, "Oh my God! Their power actually pierced through the electromagnetic layer. How powerful is the impact of this energy? What does this have to do with the electromagnetic layer?" Yang Feng did not understand. The so-called aurora is simply the phenomenon produced when the solar wind collides with the electromagnetic layer. And now, the energy fluctuations produced by their battle are already comparable to the energy of the solar wind. Ah, how strong is the energy of the solar wind? Don't talk nonsense. I don't know how strong it is, but I know that if we don't hurry up, we will be annihilated in this energy storm. Not to mention these people who are in a hurry to escape. The pressure Hao Ren was under was no small matter. An ordinary blade storm could only last for 10 seconds, but the diamond blade storm did not have a clear time limit. As long as there was enough energy, it could spin indefinitely. The blade storm and the dark storm had already clashed for 7 or 8 seconds, but Hao Ren's sword was still unable to break through the thick darkness. Of course, due to the restrictions of the blade storm, the scale of the dark storm did not expand rapidly. Otherwise, it would really be like what the Spider Queen said: the dark storm would destroy the entire city in an instant. The surroundings were undergoing earth-shattering changes. On the contrary, the center of the storm was calm like a pool of stagnant water. The two storm forces had unexpectedly reached a delicate balance. Both of them had done their best, and there was no room for error. But this was the extent of it. Neither of them dared to relax. Even half a second of relaxation could cause their spinning storm to be completely engulfed by the other party. At that time, the power they had to endure would be dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. Regardless of whether it was Hao Ren or the Spider Queen, they would definitely die in their current state. 20 seconds passed, and Hao Ren's power was the first to loosen. This could not be helped. The power of his diamond blade storm mainly came from the energy he had absorbed from the Spider Queen. Although this energy could temporarily be used by him, it was a consumable, and the more he used, the less he would be able to use. At the start, he could still barely maintain the stalemate, but as time dragged on and as the consumption increased, Hao Ren gradually fell into a disadvantage. The Spider Queen was not a merciful person. As long as there was the slightest opening, she would immediately use all of her power, urging the dark storm to slowly suppress Hao Ren. 30 seconds passed. No, that's not right. The power is disappearing faster and faster. This is impossible. Hao Ren frowned, and large beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. He looked at the darkness that was engulfing him at the edge of the storm and said softly, "Damn it! The corrosive nature of this dark storm can even engulf the sword chi of the blade storm. Human, that's why I said you really don't understand anything. I already said that my dark storm is a power at the molecular level. How can a mere blade storm stop it? The Spider Queen's roar came from within the dark storm once again. Power at the molecular level. What exactly do you mean? How pathetic, pathetic my ass. If you don't want to say it, then so be it. I'm not afraid of you. The Spider Queen was silent for a moment, as the speed at which the dark storm was engulfing him increased. Haren's blade storm was greatly shrinking. As if victory was already in her grasp, she slowly opened her mouth. I'll let you die knowing. You don't even know the basic levels of power. This is common knowledge in all civilizations and eras. Normally, in our dark world, power is divided by the degree of destruction caused by power. The destruction of the surface of an object, the destruction of the entire structure, and then the destruction at the molecular level. This is not simply breaking or shattering an object, but directly destroying the molecular layer of an object. Let alone residue, not even powder will be left. Everything in the world is made up of molecules. In the end, your sword chi is also made up of molecules. As long as it is a molecule, my dark storm can destroy it. What a power that can destroy molecules! If that's the case, then your dark storm being able to destroy a city really isn't bragging. Hao Rin did not reveal the slightest dejection or fear of failure. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Thank you for answering my greatest question. You no longer have any value to me, so just die. What did you say? Chapter 2166. Crystallization. Hao Rin originally had some doubts about the diamond blade storm ability, but the Spider Queen's explanation made him even more clear about its characteristics. As the crystallization was activated, a large amount of pure white crystalline matter surged out from Hao Ren's body, instantly filling up the blade storm. As the storm spun, these crystals were like flower buds, slowly blooming the most beautiful petals. The so-called crystallization was to start crystallizing from the molecular structure, making the blade storm as one. The entire storm was like a solid and unbreakable molecule, unable to be destroyed by any power. Hao Ren's continuously flowing energy began to slowly flow back. Just like how the darkness storm could devour his blade storm, the crystallization of the diamond blade storm could similarly turn everything the storm touched into a part of its own crystal, merging it into this enormous molecule. To put it more plainly, it was replenishing its own energy. The Spider Queen's darkness storm began to quickly shrink, while the crystallized blade storm rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had completely swallowed up the entire cloud mountain. The amount of energy replenished by crystallization was also different. For example, if it was just ordinary rock fragments, then the amount of energy replenished was basically negligible. However, this was the cloud mountain, a place where large amounts of ores were stored. There was nothing better at replenishing energy than these ores. After all of the ores on the cloud mountain had been crystallized and absorbed, the blade storm had also expanded to a terrifying degree. That's why I said that this is the time of your death. You old witch! Hao Ren activated this energy that he had obtained with great difficulty, gathering all of his strength and sweeping towards the darkness storm. Amidst the whistling and thunder, the crystallized blade storm finally surpassed the darkness storm. It continued for more than 10 seconds before finally disappearing without a trace. The blade storm also gradually stopped. Hao Ren floated powerlessly in the air, gasping for breath, but he did not dare to relax. He nervously searched every inch of the ground around him. The cloud mountain had already completely disappeared in that attack, just now, leaving behind only a large crater and a desolate plain. It was impossible to hide here. After observing for a while, Hao Ren finally let out a breath, his crystalline body also undergoing a series of transformations. He gradually returned to his normal body of flesh and blood. Then he fell to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. Qin Yang and the others had been watching from the side for a long time. Seeing this, they hurriedly rushed over. Yang Feng activated charge and was the first to rush over. He leaped high and caught Hao Ren. When Hao Ren landed heavily on the ground, Xia Fei's healing beams continuously landed on him. Don't waste your mana. This guy is at full HP. He doesn't need healing at all. Yang Feng took a closer look and couldn't help but mutter, "What a monster! Such a fierce battle. Yet he's not injured at all. Are you kidding me? Then why hasn't he woken up yet?" Xia Fei's beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly. His voice trembled uneasily. "I'm too tired. After using such a powerful force, it's normal for him to faint," Qin Yang consoled. Pung! Almost at the same time, there was another heavy thud. The crystal rock snake's huge body also fell to the ground not far away. The snake struggled to get up, but it quickly went limp on the ground. It was obvious that it had used up all its strength. It didn't even have room to move, and its crystalline body had lost a lot of color. Jiang Junqing and the others almost instinctively pulled out their weapons and entered a combat state, staring at the crystal rock snake vigilantly. No matter what, the opponent was a mutated monster. When they had a common enemy like the Spider Empress, they could still temporarily cooperate. But now that the Spider Empress had been eliminated, who knew what this snake would do? They might even harbor even more malicious thoughts. The crystal rock snake was admittedly very strong. At its peak, apart from Hao Ren, no one present could hope to defeat it. But now it looked like it was half dead. If they really fought, they might succeed. High-level monsters were equivalent to silver equipment or even gold equipment. Everyone looked at each other strangely, trying to guess what the others were thinking. Of the 20 or so people present, it would be impossible to say that no one was tempted by the possibility of obtaining gold equipment. However, no one said anything. After all, the crystal rock snake had stood on the same side as them. Moreover, after fusing with Hao Ren, it had defeated the Spider Empress, which was equivalent to saving all of their lives. No matter what happens in the future, at least for now, it is our ally. Glory doesn't have a rule to attack allies. Qin Yang was the first to express his stance, allowing the others to breathe a sigh of relief. With Qin Yang's status in Glory, no one else had any other thoughts. Qin Yang continued to instruct. Xia Fei, heal this snake as well. It seems that after fusing with the snake, it's full health. However, the damage from falling from such a high altitude wasn't small. A few rays of healing light quickly enveloped the great rock snake. It was evident that the human's healing techniques were effective. The crystal great rock snake slowly opened its eyes, looked deeply at Xia Fei and nodded. "Human, thank you for your help. What about the contractor?" The crystal rock snake turned its head towards Hao Ren. "Contractor? Oh, it's Hao Ren. He's still unconscious. Let me do it. I just ended the soul contract with him. So our souls are somewhat similar. That's why I can wake him up in advance." The crystal rock snake slowly moved over. Although they were temporarily treating the crystal rock snake as an ally, they didn't let down their guard against it. Especially when facing this powerful body, everyone's vigilance was raised to the maximum. Qin Yang nodded lightly, indicating for Yang Feng to put Hao Ren down. Then the crystal rock snake bent down and placed its crystal forehead on Hao Ren's body. The entire movement was very careful. After a moment, when the crystal rock snake straightened its body, Hao Ren opened his eyes slightly. "So this battle is over, right?" Hao Ren asked, rubbing his head, which was still faintly aching. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "Don't worry. The Spider Queen is definitely dead. Don't forget about the Spider Queen's revenge quest we received from the Adventure Center. It's currently completed. Oh, right, there's also that purple quest. I almost forgot about it." Hao Ren couldn't help but feel excited. The purple quest's rewards were quite good. "Let's not talk about the rewards for now. What about the items dropped by the Spider Queen? They couldn't have been wiped out by your blade storm, right? Chapter 2167. The Glory members started rummaging through the equipment scattered all over the ground, while Hao-Rin sat to the side to recover his stamina. The crystal rock snake saw that he was almost fully recovered, so it nodded and said, "The contract between us has been completed. It's time for me to leave. High-quality update. Are you sure you don't want to stay?" Hao-Rin wasn't willing to give up. Under the fusion state of the soul contract, his combat power had increased by an unimaginable amount. The power of the diamond blade storm left him thinking about it endlessly. "No, I have my own path." The crystal rock snake refused straightforwardly. "Your path?" Hao-Rin narrowed his eyes and asked, "Forgive me for being blunt, but what path do you want to walk? Do you want to fight against humans?" "I'm not that stupid. The Earth is too big, and my race and I live in the underground space. We don't have any conflict with you humans, so I won't deliberately start a war with you humans. Of course, if you come to provoke me, I won't show any mercy." Hao-Ren relaxed slightly. "As long as you don't become enemies with us humans, anything else is fine." After all, I've fought alongside you before. I really don't want to cross swords with you again. You're no match for me," the crystal rock snake said honestly. Hao-Ren rolled his eyes. He didn't want to discuss this. Instead, he sighed and said, "But the increase in strength after our fusion is indeed very powerful. Right? Do you still have self-awareness after the fusion? Although you're the main body during the fusion, and I can't control your body, I can clearly sense your every move. The power of the soul contract is much stronger than I imagined. I'm really curious how you obtained the Spirit Envoy class. Yes, after the fusion, my body has the characteristics of crystals. I can absorb all energy and damage for my own use. My defense has increased by at least a dozen times, but my attack power hasn't increased much." The crystal rock snake thought for a moment and said, "I think the fusion of the soul contract will change depending on who you fuse with. If you can find someone else to fuse with, you'll naturally obtain completely different abilities. High-quality update is coming." "I think so too. I just can't bear to part with the power of the diamond blade storm." Hao-Rin smiled and expressed his regret. "If you hadn't absorbed so much of the Spider Queen's energy supply in advance, the diamond blade storm might not have been able to display such power." The man and the snake remained silent for a while. Then the crystalline rock snake slowly said, "Your companions seem to have returned. I have to go. Once again, I want to express my gratitude to you. It's because of you that I was able to evolve to this stage." Hao-Ren knew that the rock snake was wary of other humans. However, at the same time, Qin Yang and the others were also very vigilant. Forcefully keeping the crystalline rock snake would only bring about endless trouble in the future. Hao-Ren did not try to persuade them to stay. He sighed and said, "I hope that we won't be enemies the next time we meet. Good luck." With a loud rumble, the crystal rock snake finally burrowed into the ground. As for where it was going, this was not a problem for Hao-Rin to consider. After eliminating the Spider Empress, the dark imprint automatically disappeared. The system notification rang out in Hao-Ren's mind again. Almost at the same time, the back of Hao-Ren's hand lit up with a strange black luster, and the darkness mark gradually disappeared. Hao-Ren remembered that he had obtained this darkness mark when he killed the venomous spider. Although he could obtain additional experience and doomsday coins, he would also receive a soul curse, but correspondingly they would also be cursed. Once they died, their souls would forever fall into the world of darkness and become puppets of darkness. Now that the darkness mark had disappeared, Hao-Ren did not know whether he should rejoice or be disappointed. This could be considered one of his cheat cards. Without the mark, the experience required to level up would only increase, and the path of leveling up would only become more difficult. Detected that the host has killed the Spider Empress, a low-rank demon from the Dark World. obtained Intermediate Darkness Mark. Killing any monster grants plus 50 experience and plus 50 Doomsday coins. Killing a rare monster grants plus 50 honor points and plus 50 damage to dark creatures. Warning: the host soul has been cursed by darkness. If the host dies while the Intermediate Darkness Mark is active, the host will fall into the Dark World. After obtaining the Intermediate Darkness Mark from a high rank upgrade, the host's coordinates will be permanently exposed to all dark creatures. At all times, the host will become the target of all dark creatures' hatred. After the host kills a sufficient number of middle-rank demons, the mark can evolve into a high-rank darkness mark. On the back of Hao Ren's hand, the darkness mark that had just disappeared reappeared. Compared to the previous darkness mark, this darkness mark had an additional flower petal, making it look even more enchanting. Hao Ren was stunned for a long time, then smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had no way of getting rid of this darkness mark. The Intermediate Darkness Mark gave him a lot of bonus points. This was 50 points. If it was someone else, they would probably be drooling. However, the warning behind it was also shocking. Permanently exposing your coordinates meant that no matter where you hid, dark creatures could find you. As for the priority of hatred, Hao Ren could only smile bitterly. In the future, when he fought against dark creatures, he would become a natural meat shield. Perhaps others would say that Hao Ren was already so strong. How could he be afraid of a mere dark creature after defeating the Spider Queen? Moreover, there were no creatures stronger than the Spider Queen in Jinling City. However, Hao Ren knew that killing the Spider Queen was not the end, but the beginning. The Spider Queen was only a low-rank demon, which meant that there were many middle-rank demons and even high-rank demons waiting for him. In short, no matter how one looked at it, after upgrading the Intermediate Darkness Mark, Hao Ren had obtained a lot of benefits. At the same time, his danger factor had also increased significantly. The harvest from killing the Spider Queen was also considerably bountiful. Hao Ren had directly risen from level 29 to level 30. Moreover, he had obtained a reward of 50,000 honor points. However, he did not know what kind of equipment the Spider Queen would drop. After waiting for over an hour, the players that had been searching for equipment returned one after another. After all, the loot was from an elite monster. If they lost one or two pieces and someone else picked them up, they would truly cry tears of regret. Although it is indeed a good thing to be cautious, you guys don't have to expand your search range by several kilometers, right? Hao Ren could not help but grumble as he waited. Very quickly, however, his attention was attracted by the luster of the equipment in everyone's hands. Gold equipment had a unique luster effect. Judging from the equipment in these players' hands, a majority of them were actually gold rank. The Spider Queen has given us a huge gift. Let's take a look at our harvest. Everyone looked forward to the harvest. The Spider Queen had dropped a total of 20 pieces of equipment and 5 skill stones. Among them, the lowest was silver rank. There were also 10 pieces of gold equipment and 2 gold skill stones. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Hao Ren faintly smiled. After carefully inspecting every piece of equipment, he said, "Then, according to Glory's rules, we'll auction the equipment using contribution points. Everyone, do you have any problems with this?" Qin Yang and the other veterans naturally had no problems with this. As for Dongfang Sheng and the others who had just joined the team, they had clearly been informed of this peculiar distribution method. They immediately nodded in agreement. Then, let's start with the silver equipment. Hao Ren went through the equipment one by one. Among them, no one wanted the silver equipment, such as the armor. Of the 20 or so people here, the worst equipment was silver rank. Naturally, they were not interested in the equipment. After asking a few times for a price, no one responded. However, a few people were still interested in the silver accessories. A few gold accessories had also dropped this time. However, these people had only recently joined Glory. They knew that their contribution points were limited. They definitely would not be able to obtain gold equipment, so they simply chose the silver equipment. After a quarter of an hour, all the silver equipment had been distributed. Afterwards, everyone's attention was on the main event. Extreme Ice Heavenly Silkworm Gauntlet. Wow, it increases casting speed by 100. All right, let's start the bidding. Sun Wan and the other mages' eyes immediately lit up. For magic classes, this was a piece of equipment that increased casting speed by 100. She immediately called out a price without hesitation. Sun Wan, forget about it. You already got the gold mithril gloves last time, right? Gold equipment is still very rare right now. Try to give it to those who don't have it. Hao Ren tactfully said. Sun Wan pouted a few times, but in the end, she still chose to give up. However, she still asked unwillingly, but Lu Shui, isn't your elven priestess a healer? Why does she need this equipment? The elven priestess pursed her lips. Of course she needs a healer. Think about it. Originally, a heal would take 3 seconds to cast. Now it only takes 5 seconds. This is a crucial life-saving skill. In short, as long as it's a magic class, let's all bid. The scene suddenly became like a market. The sound of bidding got louder and louder. In the end, this equipment was won by Xia Fei with more than half of the contribution points. The few magic equipment had been auctioned off, and the remaining 5 belonged to the physical classes. Hao Ren raised a piece of armor and said, Heaven's Punisher's Holy Helmet, gold, agility-type equipment. The starting price is 1,000 contribution points. I bid 2,000 contribution points. Jiang Junqing was about to bid, but he forcefully swallowed his words. Everyone looked at each other, and no one called out a price for a long time. Hao Ren didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No way. Don't you guys need this gold helmet? Yang Feng laughed and said, Who would compete with you? Our lives were saved by you. Everyone had a look of conviction on their faces. As long as Hao Ren wanted the equipment, they probably wouldn't fight for it. This battle had once again allowed them to witness Hao Ren's strength as the #1 player in Jinling City. As long as Hao Ren was strong enough, he would be able to protect Glory and the city. Everyone thought so. All right, then I'll take this Heaven's Holy Helmet. Heaven's Punisher's Holy Helmet quality. Gold effect. Increases strength by 150 points, increases stamina by 150 points, increases agility by 150 points. Secondary absorption effect. Each of your normal attacks has a 10% chance to increase your basic attributes by 1%. Lasts for 1 minute. This effect cannot be stacked more than 50 times. Chapter 2168. The middle-aged man in animal skin was actually a supreme emperor of the human race. In ancient times, this human emperor killed his way into the lair of the Huanma demons and killed all the demons there. This demonic hall was where the Huanma Nirvana was located. It was guarded by 13 demon generals, but the 13 demon generals were not a match for the middle-aged man in animal skin. These 13 powerful demon generals were all smashed to death by the human emperor with a stone stick in his hand. Even their primordial spirits could not escape. However, the Huanma knew the news in advance and actually underwent nirvana in advance. When the human emperor killed his way into the demonic hall, the Huanma had already disappeared. In the rear hall of the demonic hall, there was only an empty coffin. In the coffin, there was only a skull that had not completely melted after the Huanma Nirvana. The Huanma Nirvana seemed to have disappeared from this world. Even the human emperor could not sense its existence. And just when the human emperor was about to leave, he fell into the trap set by the Huanma Nirvana and was infected by the corpse poison of the demon ancestor. The corpse poison corroded his vitality and caused him to fake his death for countless years. Only today, when the demon hall underwent a drastic change, did the human race's sovereign awaken from his state of suspended animation. Ancient human emperor. Gu Fei was really shocked by the origin of this middle-aged man in animal skin. This person was actually a human supreme in ancient times. It was really unbelievable. Just as he was speaking, a layer of black qi suddenly appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Right at this moment, Gu Fei seemed to smell a trace of a fishy smell. After that, he felt a wave of dizziness and was practically unable to stand steadily, causing him to be greatly shocked. Humph! The middle-aged man in animal skin revealed a pained expression. Gu Fei could feel that the vitality in the middle-aged man's body that had just recovered not long ago was rapidly weakening. The originally bright eyes were once again shrouded by a layer of dead gray. Roar! The middle-aged man in animal skin roared. His voice was filled with unwillingness. The vitality in his body was being suppressed by the corpse poison. This is the fiend ancestor's corpse poison. Gu Fei was anxious and bewildered. The fiend ancestor was a supreme existence in the fiend race, and the fiends that had the qualifications to be called the fiend ancestor were all extremely ancient, innate fiends that were born from the chaos. The demonic ancestor fell, his corpse rotting, turning into corpse poison. This type of corpse poison was incomparably terrifying. If it was allowed to explode, it would be enough to destroy a star with life. Even the sovereigns of the human race almost died in this devil hall after being infected by the corpse poison of the demonic ancestor. Let's go, I can't hold on much longer. The human sovereign roared. Senior human emperor, I have the essence blood of the immortal godly medicine. Perhaps it can cure the corpse poison in your body. Gu Fei said hurriedly. Then, a drop of blood bead emitting a faint fragrance flew out of his dantian. There were Tao patterns intertwining on the blood bead. It's really the essence blood of the immortal godly medicine. The human sovereign couldn't help but be incomparably shocked when he saw that drop of divine liquid. The immortal godly medicine was a life-saving item. Given its medicinal properties, suppressing the corpse poison of the demonic ancestor wasn't a difficult task. One must know that the essence blood of the immortal godly medicine contained an extremely powerful vitality. This vitality was the nemesis of death energy. The middle-aged man in animal skin directly swallowed the drop of immortal godly medicine's essence blood. Boom! The fire of life in his body was instantly reignited. Although it was just a drop of immortal godly medicine's essence blood, it was already sufficient. As the medicinal properties of the immortal godly medicine erupted, the human sovereign's body emitted traces of black qi. This was the corpse poison of the demonic ancestor that was being neutralized by the immortal godly medicine. Let's go! The human sovereign regained his consciousness. The death energy in his body was already suppressed by him. His eyes regained their vigor, gleaming with a bright light. They directly left the devil hall. The devil hall was collapsing, but the devil corpses didn't come out. Very swiftly, the entire hall turned into a pile of rubble as dust filled the air. In the center of the devil hall, a gigantic figure suddenly burst out from the ground. Clanging sounds rang out unceasingly as a great devil struggled to stand up. This was a great devil that was over 10,000 feet tall. His limbs were all chained up. Kill! The immortal godly medicine's essence, blood in the human sovereign's body dissolved. He directly took a step forth and appeared before the great devil. Brandishing the stone cudgel in his hand, he smashed down on the great devil's head. Bang! The great devil waved both his hands, wanting to seal the immortal godly medicine. The two forces instantly clashed together, emitting a dull sound of impact. Boom! After receiving the human sovereign's cudgel, the great devil sunk down by a large amount. To actually be able to withstand the might of the human sovereign, this devil isn't simple. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. The strongest expert of the human race was known as the human sovereign. From this, one could very well imagine how powerful the human sovereign was. He really transformed into a true devil body. How is this possible? The human sovereign was shocked and enraged. The development of the situation had already exceeded his estimation. That Huan Mo had truly succeeded. He was reborn from the dead and transformed into a true devil body. The unavoidable battle erupted. On the ruins of the Devil Hall, the human sovereign brandished his stone cudgel, fighting against the true devil body of Huan Mo Roar. Huan Mo roared in rage. The chains on his limbs clashed unceasingly, creating clanging sounds. On his gigantic devil body, ancient and profound devil runes could be faintly seen. This was the true devil body. Its physique was incomparably powerful. The ancient human sovereign was also extremely powerful. He could actually suppress that true devil. The stone cudgel in his hand continued to smash against Huan Mo, causing the latter to bleed profusely. Even the true devil body couldn't withstand it. Jiang Xian, you actually didn't die. Huan Mo was reborn. At this moment, he finally got what he wanted. He had successfully shed his acquired devil body and transformed into an incomparably powerful, true devil body. You haven't died yet. How can I die? Jiang Renhuang was majestic. He was wearing a beast skin and holding a stone cudgel in his hand. He looked like a barbarian from the ancient times. Every time he raised his hand, every step he took, he could shake the entire world. He was ridiculously powerful. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Demon blood splashed everywhere. The stone cudgel in Jiang Renhuang's hand fiercely smashed against Huan Mo's shoulder. Huan Mo's right hand immediately drooped down. His shoulder bone was directly smashed. Haha, don't waste your energy. You can't kill me. Huan Mo laughed. At the same time, the wound on his right shoulder was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, the wound on his right shoulder was completely healed, as if it had never been injured in the first place. Undying Devil Body. Chapter 2169. The demonic palace was collapsing, turning into strands of extremely pure demonic qi that entered the body of the Huanma. Even the demonic qi outside the demonic palace was rushing towards the Huanma. The terrifying true demon body was constantly getting stronger, which shocked Gu Fei, who had retreated to the distance. The pressure from the Huanma was too great. Even the fire demon ancestor was nothing more than this. One should know that the fire demon ancestor was a Xiantian great demon, not something that ordinary Hotian demons could compare with. But now the Huanma could actually stand shoulder to shoulder with a Xiantian great demon. It was unbelievable. Gu Fei discovered that the entire demonic palace was actually transformed by the Huanma. The demonic qi of the demonic palace was absorbed by the Huanma, and the dozen demonic shadows rushed out, closing in on him. Jiang Xian, you couldn't do anything to me in the past, and you still can't do anything to me now. The Huanma's divine sense spread out, and a demonic voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. This divine sense wasn't directed at human, sovereign Jiang Xian. Human sovereign Jiang? Could it be the ancestor of the Jiang clan from the ancestral dragon star? Gu Fei was shocked. The ancient clans of the ancestral dragon star had produced a few earth-shattering figures in the past. Otherwise, these clans wouldn't have been able to survive until now. The competition in the world of cultivation had always been cruel. Some of the great clans that once shook the world had now completely declined, and even their legacies had been severed, disappearing in the long passage of time. On the other hand, some ancient factions continued to pass down their inheritance. Even in the darkest of times, they did not lose their inheritance. These clans could continue to exist because of their heritage. Clans that had produced human sovereigns and even supremes in the past had a deep heritage that was unimaginable to outsiders. Their ancestors must have left behind a backup plan. Just like the immortal mansion of the Buzhou ancestral star, their heritage was equally deep, and there was even an immortal Venerable sleeping in their ancestral court divine land. If it wasn't for their bad luck in encountering Gu Fei, their deep heritage would have definitely allowed them to make a comeback, or even return to the ancestral star of the Bujo ancestral star. Unfortunately, they had encountered Gu Fei, and that was a tragedy. Of course, this was only Gu Fei's guess. Before it was confirmed, anything was possible. Huan Ma, you weren't my match back then, and you're even less so now. Jiang Renhuang was incomparably powerful. The power of that drop of immortal, godly medicine from Gu Fei had unimaginably miraculous effects, completely restoring the vitality in Jiang Renhuang's body. However, the corpse poison of the evil ancestor was too terrifying. Just one strand of the corpse poison of the evil ancestor could kill all living creatures within 100,000 miles radius. The corpse poison of the evil ancestor in Jiang Renhuang's body was not completely neutralized by the immortal godly medicine. There was still poison remaining in Jiang Renhuang's body, and it was very difficult to remove it. It needed time, but there was no time for Jiang Renhuang to refine the remaining poison in his body. Kill! Without hesitation, Jiang Renhuang used the power of the Renhuang, which was comparable to the power of a supreme being. The powerful power crushed the sky and earth, and the endless demonic aura was dispersed. However, just as Jiang Renhuang used the power of the Renhuang, an extremely terrifying force came down from the depths of the boundless sky. Boom, 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 terrifying bolts of lightning that connected the sky and the earth suddenly appeared. The bolts of lightning interweaved into a gigantic electric net that enveloped Jiang Renhuang. What is going on? Even the Huan Ma was startled and hurriedly retreated. The vibration that came from the depths of the sky made even the Huan Ma's heart palpitate. This was a horrifying power that could not be defended against. He felt danger. B****, they really did it. Jiang Renhuang raised his head to look at the sky. It was as if the sun, the moon, and the stars were floating and sinking in his eyes. An extremely powerful Renhuang aura spread out from his body. God's punishment. Gu Fei sensed the extremely powerful vibration in the sky, and his expression changed. Without thinking, he retreated even further away. This kind of power could definitely kill saints. Even saints could not defend against this power, let alone Gu Fei. However, this destructive power that even saints were afraid of when it landed on Jiang Renhuang, it could not hurt him at all. He really did it. This is against the natural order. Jiang Renhuang seemed to know something, and he was extremely shocked. Boom! 9 dazzling patterns rushed out from Jiang Renhuang's body. These were the Renhuang 9 patterns. 9 patterns that were infinitely close to perfection. The human sovereign's 9 Tao patterns sealed the 4 directions and created a world around Jiang Renhuang, a world that belonged only to Jiang Renhuang. In this space, Jiang Renhuang was the absolute ruler. Even the extremely powerful power in the depths of the sky could not sense Jiang Renhuang's existence. Witnessing the scene, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. How was this possible? Jiang Renhuang could use this method to seal himself so that the power in the depths of the sky could not sense his existence. Kill. After creating a space with the Renhuang 9 patterns and sealing his own aura, Jiang Renhuang directly charged towards the Huan Ma. The powerful Renhuang power poured out and shattered the space. Huan Ma's shock was no small matter. Jiang Renhuang could use the human sovereign's 9 Tao patterns to seal the void around him, making it difficult for the mighty force from the sky to approach him. But he didn't have such a method. Run. Without a choice, the Huan Ma could only run. He had just finished his nirvana and could not compete with a peerless warrior like Jiang Renhuang. Once Jiang Renhuang became serious, he would be in trouble. Rumble! Outside the space sealed by Jiang Renhuang's 9 patterns, billions of destructive lightning flashed. It was the destructive power that came from the sky. With this kind of power, even if a Saint King came, there would only be one result: to be destroyed in both body and soul. An endless amount of demonic qi gathered towards the Huan Ma. The huge pillar of demonic qi that came from the depths of the earth was quickly shrinking. Corpses floating in the demonic qi fell from the sky. It was hard to imagine how many people had been lured into the devil chi by this Huanma over the countless years, and how many people had lost their lives in vain. Countless corpses fell from the sky like it was raining. Most of them were from the human race, but there were also some huge corpses from other races. Damn! Seeing this scene, Jiang Renhuang was furious. The Huanma had killed countless creatures. Even if he were to be killed 10,000 times, it would not be enough. Jiang Renhuang chased after the Huanma directly, bringing along billions of destructive lightning. This scene shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. It was the first time he saw an existence that was not afraid of the power in the sky that was above the great Tao of the world. Chapter 2170. Huanma was very good at escaping. Because he was Huanma, he could create countless clones, making it hard to tell which one was the real one. Endless demonic aura was retreating. Inside the demonic aura, countless demonic shadows appeared. Each shadow emitted a powerful demonic aura. Boom! Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts were raging. Each lightning bolt was as thick as a mountain and could tear the void. Wherever the lightning passed, it would inevitably leave a dark crack in the void. In the center of the endless lightning bolts, there were 9 extremely powerful Tao patterns imprinted in the void, sealing a small world. Inside that small world, there was a middle-aged man wearing animal skin and holding a stone staff. The peerless Renhuang was extremely powerful. He directly chased after Huanma. With a wave of the stone staff in his hand, countless demonic shadows dissipated in the void, and a large amount of demonic aura was directly dispersed. In just an instant, the 2 great cultivators had already disappeared into the depths of the earth. Gu Fei wanted to chase after them, but in the end, he still stopped. The battle between these powerful cultivators was full of variables. If he was not careful, he might also be affected. It should be known that whether it was Huanma or Jiang Renhuang, their speed was too fast. Forget it, the harvest this time is not small. Gu Fei was talking to himself. He looked at Jiang Renhuang's 9 Tao patterns and suddenly understood something. If he could understand it, he could try to break through to the saint level. He had already touched that level, but he did not dare to easily try to break through because the power in the unseen world was too powerful and terrifying. But today, for the first time, he saw a supreme existence that was not afraid of that power. The 9 Tao patterns were mysterious and abstruse. The truth of the world contained in them could absolutely compete with that power. The dozens of demonic corpses also retreated with Huanma's departure. Gu Fei rushed out from the depths of the earth, then opened his inner world and released Tai Shui Taoist. At this time, the frightening demonic aura in the world was about to completely dissipate. This is when Tai Shui Taoist saw the corpses all over the ground, he was extremely shocked. These corpses all had one thing in common, and that was that all their essence had been lost, turning them into strange mummies. Their essence, chi, and soul had all been devoured. There was only one result, and that was their soul would scatter. These creatures were already dead to the point where they couldn't be more dead, and there was still demonic chi lingering on their bodies. Let's go back first. After saying that, Gu Fei headed in the direction of the ancient ruins. Although the iron-blood Taoist wanted to know what had happened, he had no time to ask because Gu Fei was already far away. He quickly chased after her. Soon, they returned to the ancient city ruins. At this time, Gu Fei did not expect to see outsiders in the ancient city ruins. "It's you." A woman wearing a golden mask was sitting cross-legged beside the teleportation array in the ancient city ruins. She was the Golden Goddess. Gu Fei didn't expect the Golden Goddess to be able to make it all the way. The demonic chi over there was overwhelming, but now it has calmed down. Just what in the world happened? The Golden Goddess opened her eyes, and 2 rays of golden light shot out from behind the golden mask. A faint golden light circulated around her body. "Why should I tell you?" Gu Fei said with a smile. "You," the Golden Goddess couldn't help but be startled. After thinking about it, she realized that it made sense. Why would he tell her? Haha, if you want to know what happened, it's actually not that difficult, Gu Fei said as he looked at the golden goddess with a meaningful look. Tell me, what do you want? The golden goddess was very straightforward. There was nothing in this world that came without sowing. If he wanted to know something, he would have to pay the price. It's very simple. You just need to take off the mask on your face, Gu Fei said. The golden goddess's golden mask was very extraordinary. Even though Gu Fei had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, he couldn't see through it. It was difficult for him to see the golden goddess's face. What? The golden goddess was startled. Then, she fell silent and stopped talking. Ha ha, my master just wants to see your true appearance. Why don't you just take off your mask and let my master have a look? Gu Zhong said with a smile. Humph! The golden goddess snorted coldly but still didn't say anything. Could it be that the goddess's face is made of gold? Someone among the 12 bandits said, You're courting death. The golden goddess waved her hand and a golden light immediately rushed out, sweeping towards the 12 bandits. The 12 bandits were startled. They never thought that the golden goddess would dare to attack in front of Gu Fei. Just when they wanted to dodge, a figure was already standing in front of them. A bird's cry was heard. A firebird emerged from that person's body. A hand reached out from the divine flames and blocked the golden light. Goddess, why do you need to lower yourself to their level? A voice was heard. The person who blocked the golden goddess's attack was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. This person was the Iron Blood Taoist. The golden goddess snorted coldly and stopped attacking. All right, all of you behave yourselves. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Gu Fei said to the 12 bandits. Master is going to cultivate in seclusion. Master's cultivation is going to break through again. Everyone was shocked. They knew very well that Gu Fei had already come into contact with that level. If Gu Fei's cultivation broke through again, wouldn't he become a saint? The golden goddess could no longer maintain her calm at this time. Gu Fei didn't pay any more attention to the golden goddess. He directly opened his inner world and entered it with his disciples. Very soon, the golden goddess was the only one left in the ancient ruins. This damned guy, the golden goddess was furious when she saw that Gu Fei didn't invite her into his inner world. She then left the ancient ruins and headed in the direction of the monstrous demonic aura. Just as the golden goddess disappeared into the horizon, the teleportation array platform in the ancient city ruins suddenly lit up. The void above the array platform became blurry, and 2 figures appeared on the teleportation array platform as if they had passed through a layer of transparent water. The 2 people who appeared on the formation were a man and a woman. Violet Qi revolved around them. They were the 2 most outstanding members of the Ziyun clan on Buzhou ancestral planet. Zi Yinxiao and Zi Yin had finally arrived at the 3rd stage of the ancient path of the human race. The 3rd stage of the human race recorded in the clan's records. Zi Yin was like a curious baby looking around. The 3rd stage of the human race has turned into this. Chapter 2171. Zi Yinxiao and Zi Yin of the Ziyin clan arrived at the 3rd stage of the human race. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others had already entered his inner world. The golden goddess had also left the ruins. Only Zi Yinxiao and Zi Yun remained in the ruins. I can sense Gu Fei's presence, as well as the presence of demons. Zi Yin, Ori's constitution was very special. She could sense even the slightest ripple in her surroundings. She could even sense the pulse of the world. She was naturally close to the laws of the world. Gu Fei has actually been ahead of us all this time. Zi Yunxiao's expression immediately turned ugly when he heard this. Gu Fei was the most powerful opponent he had ever faced in his life. The purpose of his cultivation was to ruthlessly trample on this opponent. As a member of a sovereign clan, Zi Yunxiao was very arrogant. To him, the most noble blood in the world flowed within the Ziyun clan. They were the descendants of sovereigns. Losing to Gu Fei was a shadow in Zi Yunxiao's heart. He would fight Gu Fei again sooner or later. Otherwise, he would never be satisfied. The Golden Goddess has also stayed here before, Ziyun said with a frown. The Golden Goddess was a member of the Huang clan. This clan also had the lineage of sovereigns and was not inferior to the Ziyun clan. The Golden Goddess was one of the most outstanding figures of the current generation of the Huang clan, while Ziyin was also a well-known figure in the current generation of the Ziyun clan. Both of them were women, so people had always compared them in the world of cultivation. Was Ziyin stronger, or was the Golden Goddess able to suppress the female geniuses of the Ziyun clan? No one knew the result. Ziyin and the Golden Goddess had never fought before, so it was difficult to say who was stronger. Rumble! At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out from afar. A powerful aura swept over from afar. This is Ziyin Xiao and Ziyin were shocked. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. In the distant sky, two powerful figures were fighting. A ball of divine light that resembled a golden sun moved quickly in the air, clashing with a ball of green demon chi. It's her. When the Z siblings saw the person within the golden light, they couldn't help but be startled. This person was actually the Golden Goddess. At that moment, the Golden Goddess ran into trouble. The expert fighting the Golden Goddess wasn't a human, but a demonic expert emitting a monstrous demonic aura, a tiger that is infinitely close to the saint level. Ziyin could see the true appearance of the ancient demon. It was an extremely ferocious tiger. The tiger had taken on a human form and was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. Ziyin was naturally close to the great Tao of heaven and earth. She had a pair of divine eyes that could see through all illusions. That tiger demon is quite impressive. He can actually fight the Golden Goddess endlessly. Ziyun Xiao exclaimed. One must know that the Golden Goddess was not an ordinary person. She was a descendant of the sovereign bloodline. Such an existence was much more powerful than ordinary people. Kill! The Golden Goddess bellowed furiously. This tiger demon had appeared out of nowhere. The moment it saw the Golden Goddess, it attacked, wanting to kill her. Boom! Bang! The two forces kept colliding. The void was collapsing. Dull sounds of collisions were constantly heard. In the sky, there was a huge hole in the void created by the Golden Goddess and the tiger demon. The void could not withstand such a powerful force. Evil creature, do you really want to force me to kill you? The Golden Goddess said as she attacked. Rays of dazzling golden light rushed out of her hands and turned into golden divine swords, piercing towards Taoist Hu. Taoist, who was one of the rare experts in this desolate world. His original form was a tiger. He had taken on a human form and called himself Taoist Hu. In this desolate world where the human clan was extinct, the most powerful existence was the Huanma. But now, the Huanma had been scared away by Jiang Renhuang. Apart from the Huanma, there were many demon clan members in this world. Taoist, who was one of the few demon clan experts in the great wilderness. After devouring you, I can break through my current realm. Taoist, who said as he dodged the golden divine swords. Taoist, who said as he dodged the piercing golden divine sword. In his eyes, the Golden Goddess was the best food. If he could defeat the Golden Goddess and devour her essence, chi, and spirit, it would absolutely be of great benefit to him. Very well, then go to hell. The Golden Goddess was shocked and angry. Then she waved her hands in front of her. Rays of golden light rushed out, intertwined into a golden net, and shrouded Taoist Hu. The golden net covered the whole world, completely blocking all of Taoist Hu's escape routes. This Taoist Hu was shocked. He did not expect his opponent to have such a move. She was forcing him to fight with her, which was very disadvantageous to him. Buzz. Taoist Hu opened his mouth and spat out a large seal, which smashed towards the golden net. On the seal, there were faint tiger stripes. The legendary white tiger seal. The golden goddess was shocked, but soon she found that the seal only emitted a wave of sage-level power. This was a divine device, but it was not the white tiger seal of the divine beast white tiger in the legend. It turns out to be a counterfeit. The golden goddess breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the white tiger seal collided with the golden net. With a muffled sound, the white tiger seal tore a big hole in the golden net. Countless golden Taoist patterns were dissipating. Taoist who activated the sage-level power contained in the counterfeit white tiger seal. At this time, he was extremely powerful and confident that no one under the sage-level power could compete with him. This was Taoist whose last card. If even the counterfeit white tiger seal could not defeat his opponent, then he could only run away. Rumble, the counterfeit white tiger seal was shaking, and the entire world was shaking as well. Ancient and mysterious white tiger divine marks appeared on the huge seal. Roar. An illusory image of a white tiger appeared in the void and roared at the sky. An extremely dangerous aura spread out in all directions from the white tiger seal. At that moment, the golden net that the golden goddess had conjured had completely dissipated in the void. The golden goddess immediately retreated 50 kilometers away. "Humph, you can't escape. Come here and let me devour you." With the counterfeit white tiger seal in his hand, Taoist who approached the golden goddess step by step. Every time he took a step, the whole world and the void trembled. Taoist who seemed to be taking a casual step, but he had triggered the momentum of heaven and earth and controlled the pulse of heaven and earth. He gathered a peerless and powerful wave of power to suppress the golden goddess. Taoist, whose cultivation was indeed powerful, he could easily resonate with the great way of heaven and earth and mobilize the power of heaven and earth to attack his opponent. Taoist, who was only one step away from becoming a sage, but he was not in a hurry to take that step. He seemed to know the consequences of breaking through to the sage level. Very good. That's more like it. The golden goddess retreated again. Taoist, who was extremely powerful and seemed to have the upper hand. However, only Taoist who knew that his opponent's cultivation and battle strength were definitely not weaker than his. Roar. A roar suddenly came from the golden goddess. Then, a golden dragon rushed out from her body. An overwhelming aura emanated from the golden dragon's body. That's Zi Yinshao, and Zi Yinshao were shocked when they saw this. They could feel an extremely powerful wave of sage-level power from the golden dragon, another divine weapon, a divine sword transforming into a dragon. Is this the golden dragon sword of the golden clan? Zi Yinshao muttered to himself. He was from the Xin clan, so he naturally knew a lot about the golden clan. The golden dragon sword was a protective divine weapon refined by a senior expert in the golden clan. This golden dragon sword was different from the others. It was made of a rare divine iron and was extremely sharp. An ordinary divine weapon could not withstand it at all. At this moment, the golden dragon formed by the sword Qi rushed toward Taoist Hu. The cold sword Qi caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. This, Taoist who was extremely shocked. His opponent also had a divine weapon, and it was much more powerful than his counterfeit white tiger seal. This was not a good thing. Without any suspense, the white tiger seal was a counterfeit and not the real one. The seal was directly sent flying by the golden dragon, Sword Qi. Taoist, who was also affected, he vomited blood and retreated. These humans, Taoist who reached out and recalled the counterfeit white tiger seal. He turned around and left. His opponent's divine weapon was more powerful than his. If he did not leave now, he would only be killed by his opponent. Where are you going? The golden goddess would not let this tiger demon go so easily. She recalled the golden dragon's sword and chased after him. Soon, the two experts disappeared into the distance. Should we go after them and see? Zi Yin looked at her elder brother Zi Yinshao and said, The outcome has been decided. That tiger demon is no match for the golden goddess. There is no need to watch, Ziyunshao said. With his eyesight, how could he not see that the tiger demon had been defeated? He was not interested in watching such a battle. In the end, Ziyunshao and Ziyunshao decided to find Gu Fei first. Therefore, they walked in the great wilderness. However, in the end, they still returned to the ancient city ruins. Ziyun was shocked to find that Gu Fei's aura had disappeared from the ancient city ruins. Could it be that Gu Fei has already left? Ziyunxiao's expression was not so good. He was still brooding over his defeat at the hands of Gu Fei. In fact, even if Ziyunxiao turned the entire great wilderness upside down, he would not be able to find Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei was in seclusion in his own inner world. Chapter 2172. Gu Fei was comprehending the way. For him, his martial body was strong enough, but his understanding of the way was not enough. If he wanted to become a saint, he had to understand the way to an almost perfect level. Just like human emperor Jiangxian, Gu Fei was inspired by the nearly perfect human emperor's 9 Tao patterns. It was not impossible to become a saint, even in the current world. The power that was above the heavenly way in the world was not impossible to resist. At least, human emperor Jiangxian had successfully demonstrated the divine power of human emperor. This made Gu Fei see hope. As long as his understanding of the way could reach the level of human emperor Jiangxian, he would be able to become a saint. However, it was almost impossible to comprehend a nearly perfect way. Gu Fei knew that if his understanding of the way reached the level of human emperor Jiangxian, he could become another human emperor. It was not an easy task to become the supreme ruler of the human race. To a certain extent, the human emperor could be considered the supreme ruler of the world. In Gu Fei's inner world there was a valley. From time to time, Tao patterns rushed out. The great way of the world fluctuated in the valley. It was as if a world was evolving in the valley. Is Master going to break through to the saint level? Many people were standing on a low mountain outside the valley. Gu Zhong looked at the valley in front of him in shock and said, Master is going to become a saint. Yao Yu was shocked. A saint was the most powerful existence in the world. However, she also knew that it was impossible to become a saint in the current world. It is impossible to become a saint in the human world. Your master is comprehending the way. At this time, Iron Blood Taoist spoke. He stared at the valley in front of him and sensed the way rhyme coming from the valley. His face was very serious. The way that Iron Blood Taoist comprehended was different from Gu Fei's. However, he could use Gu Fei's way as a reference. This was a good opportunity. Maybe it could help him to improve his understanding of the way. Since he could not become a saint, he would find another way. This was the inspiration that Gu Fei received after watching the battle between human emperor Jiangxian and Huanma. This was a path that no one had taken before, and perhaps it could be used to become a saint. It was precisely because no one had tried it that Gu Fei had to explore everything by himself. Buzz! At that moment, the sound of the void rumbling came from the valley. On a stone platform in the valley, a figure sat cross-legged. There were 9 blurry Tao patterns around this figure. These were the 9 Tao patterns that Gu Fei had comprehended. However, these were only the embryonic forms of the 9 Tao patterns. Once these 9 Tao patterns were formed, he would be able to become a saint. Gu Fei's entire person seemed to have merged with the great path of heaven and earth. He used the anti-emptiness secret technique to merge his body with heaven and earth, using the heavenly path as a reference. The divine sound of the great path faintly emanated from his body. This was the resonance between his path and the heavenly path. Just as Gu Fei was comprehending the heavenly Tao, the third stage of the human race's ancient road was in chaos. Incomparably powerful wild beasts emerged from the depths of the great wilderness. The golden goddess killed Taoist Hu. This was the cause of this chaos. Taoist, who was one of the most powerful wild beasts in the great wilderness, He had the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the white tiger, in his body. He was extremely powerful. The death of this wild beast made all the wild beasts in the great wilderness feel threatened. These foreign humans were a source of threat to the wild beasts in the great wilderness. A few incomparably powerful wild beasts joined forces and launched a terrifying beast tide. Not only the Golden Goddess, but Ziyun Shao and Ziyin Shao were also affected. Countless wild beasts wreaked havoc. Even the Golden Goddess had to retreat. The Golden Goddess was forced to retreat by the joint forces of the three wild beasts. She was chased by the three wild beasts for millions of miles. She was extremely embarrassed and finally managed to shake off the three wild beasts with great difficulty. Among the three emperors of the savage beasts, one of them was a holy beast that had sealed its sage-level cultivation. Against such an existence, even if the Golden Goddess had the sacred weapon of the Gold Clan, it was not enough. It should be known that the physical body of a sacred beast was a sacred weapon. The physical body of a sacred beast was unbelievably tough. It could fight against a sacred weapon refined by a human. After the three beast sovereigns lost track of the Golden Goddess, they went after Ziyun Shao and his sister. The three beast sovereigns intercepted Ziyun Shao and his sister in the sky above a mountain. "Human, prepare to die!" The sacred beast that had sealed itself sent a message to Ziyun Shao and Ziyun Shao. Then it extended its claw and grabbed at Ziyun. A powerful force enveloped the surroundings and sealed the space. The seemingly casual grab had actually sealed off all of Ziyun Shao and Ziyun Shao's escape routes. This was a divine ape. It was 3 meters tall and covered in long black fur. An extremely fierce killing intent radiated from the divine ape's body. "You're courting death." When Ziyun Shao saw the godly ape attack his little sister, he was enraged. He then took a step forward and stood between Ziyuner and the godly ape. Boom! Ziyun Shao was like a celestial that had descended from the heavens. The celestial aura he exuded was unprecedentedly powerful. A great battle broke out. The divine ape was extremely powerful. It fought endlessly against Ziyun Shao. For a moment, a victor had yet to be determined between the two. Roar! The divine ape roared again and again. This was the strongest opponent it had ever encountered. It found it hard to imagine that there was still an existence among the humans that could fight against a wild beast. Ziyun Xiao's strength made the divine ape uneasy. After all, he was a sacred beast. Although he had sealed his cultivation and strength, his physical body was truly a sacred body. Why is there such a powerful existence in this place? Ziyun Xiao was extremely shocked as well. The third stage of the ancient road of the humans was extraordinary. The wild beasts here had reached such a terrifying level. They had just arrived at this place, and they had already encountered such an opponent. "Big brother, do you need me to help?" Ziyin had already retreated. She watched the battle anxiously. The divine ape was extremely powerful. In her opinion, her big brother had not become a saint yet. The chances of him winning against such a self-sealing existence were not high. "No need," Ziyun Shao said calmly. If he could not even subdue the divine ape, then he would not have the right to fight against Gufei. After all, Gufei had once fought against a self-sealing saint from the Ziyun clan. Die. An endless amount of purple lightning surged from Ziyun Xiao's body. He rushed towards the divine ape, and the murderous intent he exuded caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Roar! Chapter 2173. Ziyun Xiao was very unlucky. He encountered the strongest beast in the world. This beast was a godly ape. It was not an ordinary godly ape. It had the blood of an ancient beast flowing through its veins. Bang! The divine ape roared and threw a punch at Ziyun Xiao. The powerful force shook the heavens and the earth. The space in front of the fist collapsed and turned into a place of chaos. The destructive force rushed towards Ziyun Xiao. The space shook and Zi Yunxiao's entire body became blurry. In the next moment, he appeared on the left side of the godly ape and swept his leg towards the godly ape. His right leg was like a whip that swept across the waist of the godly ape. The godly ape acted as if nothing had happened. It extended its hand and grabbed onto Zi Yunxiao's right leg. Boom! The godly ape grabbed onto Zi Yunxiao's right leg and smashed Zi Yunxiao onto the ground. The earth shook and dust flew into the sky. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Brother! When Zi Yun'er saw this scene from afar, she was extremely shocked. Damn it! Zi Yunxiao rushed out of the crater. His face was covered in dust, and he looked like a mess. That smash seemed fierce, but it did not hurt Zi Yunxiao at all. Zi Yunxiao was born in the Zi Yun clan and had the blood of the Venerable One flowing through his veins. How could he be injured so easily? Go die! Zi Yunxiao's hands danced, and beams of purple light appeared on his hands. Then they pierced through the godly ape in an earth-shattering manner. Within every ray of purple light, there were marks of the Tao. It seemed that Zi Yunxiao was really angry. Whoosh! The godly ape moved quickly between the mountains, avoiding the rays of purple light that were piercing towards him. Although the godly ape was huge, when it moved it was extremely fast. It was not affected by its huge body at all. After dodging Zi Yunxiao's attack, the godly ape opened its mouth and spat out countless bolts of black lightning towards Zi Yunxiao. Humph! Zi Yunxiao humphed coldly. Then his hands moved in front of him. The power of the 5 elements quickly gathered between his hands, and a 5-colored wheel appeared before him. Go! Zi Yunxiao did not hesitate. He immediately threw out the 5-colored roulette. The extremely strong power of the 5 elements surged on the roulette. Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions frantically gathered toward the 5 elements wheel. The 5 elements wheel was like the wheel of annihilation. It directly obliterated thousands of lightning bolts and pressed down on the divine ape. Zi Yunxiao had the great 5 elements divine physique. This kind of physique was innately close to the 5 elements essence of heaven and earth. When he cultivated, it would be even easier for him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. On the 5 element wheel, there were colorful patterns intertwining. It was like a real, peerless divine weapon. The terrifying waves that spread out shocked the divine ape. To think that this human was already this strong, even though he wasn't a saint. If he were to become a saint, what would he be like then? However, the divine ape soon realized that no one in the current world could become a sage in the human realm unless there was a major change. The human world could be said to be the burial ground of saints. As long as someone dared to break the seal on their body and regain their saint cultivation, a terrifying calamity would descend from the heavens and earth, killing the saint. Unless the saint was a human emperor, not even an immortal venerable would be able to withstand the force of the calamity. Bang! The divine ape waved his fist and punched upwards. His powerful saint physique exploded with a terrifying force. Every time he punched, the 5-colored roulette that was descending from the heavens would tremble. Damn! Zi Yunxiao did not dare to be careless. He used all his strength to control the 5 elements wheel. The patterns of the 5 elements intertwined and formed mysterious and ancient patterns. A destructive force descended from the 5-colored roulette. Roar! The divine ape roared in anger and punched upwards again and again. However, the 5-colored roulette was still pressing down on him. It was as if the real-world annihilation roulette had appeared in the world. At this moment, Zi Yun'er was extremely nervous. He knew that Zi Yunxiao had already used all his strength. The 5 elements qi was rising from his body. He had already used the 5 elements technique to its maximum. I'll fight it out with you. The divine ape sensed danger. This human really had the ability to threaten him. He opened his mouth and spat out a black divine pearl. Endless black lightning bloomed from the divine pearl. The black divine pearl rushed towards the 5 elements wheel that was descending from the heavens. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine pearl collided with the 5 elements wheel. An earth-shattering sound erupted. The world annihilation roulette that Zi Yunxiao had conjured with all his strength was shattered by the black divine pearl. Countless patterns of the 5 elements were dissipating. Uft! Just as the black divine pearl shattered the 5 elements wheel, Zi Yunxiao felt a great impact. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying. Big brother, Ziana was shocked. She never expected that the situation would be reversed so quickly. The black divine pearl was definitely a saint item. Moreover, it was a powerful saint item. She hurriedly rushed towards Zi Yunxiao. Rays of spiritual light rushed from all directions and entered Zi Yunxiao's body. Zi Yin was using a great technique to heal Zi Yunxiao's injuries. In an instant, Zi Yunxiao's injuries were completely healed. Born with a close relationship with the great path of heaven and earth. There's actually such a body type in this world. When the divine ape saw Zi Yin using a great technique, his eyes lit up. Not everyone could use such a technique to control the spiritual qi from all directions. However, it was different for those who were born with a close relationship with the great path of heaven and earth. Those with such a body type were like the favored children of the heavens and were favored by the heavens. Brother Zi Yin, how about we join forces and kill this old ape? Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Then, a woman wearing a golden mask walked over from afar. It's you. When the divine ape saw the golden goddess, his eyes immediately turned vertical. His eyes were shining. This was the woman from the human clan who had killed his right-hand man, Taoist Hu. If these 2 humans were to join forces, things would not be good. The divine ape knew that although he was strong, this woman from the human clan had a saint item on her. These 2 humans might also have saint items on them. He had already guessed where these humans had come from. The ancient road of the human clan might have been repaired by the human clan. Otherwise, no one from the human clan would be able to come here. The divine ape had lived for countless years. Even his eyelashes were hollow. He did not wait for Zi Yunxiao to do anything. He retreated into the distance and quickly disappeared into the great wilderness with his group of subordinates. Chapter 2174. The 3rd stage of the human race's ancient road wasn't simple at all. There was actually a self-sealing sacred beast in the vast wilderness. Although the divine ape had retreated, the siblings and the golden goddess couldn't relax. With the existence of this divine ape, there wouldn't be many outstanding talents of the human race who would be its opponent. Even the most outstanding people in the world, such as the golden goddess and Zi Yunxiao siblings, would not be able to contend against this old ape even if they used their saint artifacts. How could there be such a powerful existence in this place? Zi Yin looked in the direction the ape had retreated in and exclaimed in shock. Could the 3rd stage of the human race's ancient road have been destroyed by this ape? The golden goddess muttered to herself. The 3rd stage of the human race's ancient road had been destroyed countless years ago. It had been a very long time since anyone had set foot on this ancient road. No one knew the situation on this ancient road. I didn't expect you to be ahead of us. Zi Yunxiao looked at the golden goddess with sparkling eyes. What, do you want to fight? The golden goddess's battle intent was faintly discernible. She could also sense it from Zi Yunxiao's body. It was very likely that Zi Yunxiao would attack her. Zi Yunxiao took a step forward. His aura instantly changed. A powerful aura surged from his body, and a gust of astral wind appeared out of nowhere. At this time, a layer of golden light appeared on the golden goddess's body. Within the golden light, golden Tao patterns appeared indistinctly and intertwined. All right, are the 2 of you done yet? Suddenly, a figure appeared between Zi Yunshao and the Golden Goddess. The two experts couldn't help but be stunned. The person who appeared between them was Zi Yun'er. They were still fighting at this time. If the divine ape came back, they would all die. After all, only Zi Yunshao and the Golden Goddess could make the old ape worry if they joined forces. If they were alone, they would be in danger of being defeated by the old ape one by one. Where is Gu Fei? Zi Yunshao glanced at his sister and then asked the Golden Goddess. The battle intent on his body gradually weakened and finally dissipated into nothingness. The Golden Goddess also didn't want to fight Zi Yunshao at this time. She also retracted her battle intent. That guy, could it be that you want to challenge him to a battle? The Golden Goddess looked Zi Yunshao up and down and then said, "Do you think you're a match for Gu Fei now? I don't think you have any hope." She shook her head. "That's my own business. You just have to tell me where he is." Zi Yunshao said indifferently, "He." The Golden Goddess laughed and said, "You'll be disappointed. Gu Fei has already gone into seclusion. You won't be able to find him." What? The Z siblings couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. This guy is in closed-door training. Could it be that he wants to break through to the saint level? When they heard the news that Gu Fei had gone into closed-door cultivation, Zi Yunshao and his sister were truly shocked. After all, Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached the peak of the saint rank. If Gu Fei's cultivation advanced another half a step, he would be a saint. He doesn't dare to become a saint. The Golden Goddess said, "That's true." Zi Yunshao came to a realization. It was common knowledge that it was impossible to become a saint in the current era. No one dared to break through to that level because, even if they succeeded, the outcome would be the same: death. However, Gu Fei had gone into closed-door training. This wasn't a good thing for the Z siblings. In the end, Zi Yunshao and his sister returned to the ancient ruins. At this time, the old ape didn't appear again. The old ape was really cautious. At this time, in a valley in Gu Fei's inner world, the great Tao of heaven and earth was vast and mighty. Tao patterns that emitted the aura of heaven and earth were interweaving. What is Master doing? On a small mountain in the distance, Guzhong had been observing the movements in the opposite valley. The aura of the heavenly Tao made his heart palpitate. It was as if a great world was evolving. The fluctuations of the great Tao of heaven and earth made people feel a great pressure. He's comprehending and deducing the heavenly Tao. The iron-blood Taoist's voice sounded behind Guzhong. Only the iron-blood Taoist, who had the highest cultivation, could see what Gu Fei was doing. Gu Fei was using the heavenly Tao to perfect his Tao. This was the most common method of comprehending the Tao. Most cultivators who had reached Gu Fei's level would use this method to perfect their Tao. Even the iron-blood Taoist was no exception. At his level of cultivation, comprehending the Tao was the only way out. Once he comprehended his true Tao and evolved the 9 Tao patterns, he could become a saint. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable. It really isn't as simple as it sounds. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, muttered to himself. His entire body was emitting Tao patterns. The 9 blurry Tao patterns fused with the other Tao patterns. This made Gu Fei's entire aura seem to fuse with the heavenly Tao. It was as if he was the supreme heavenly Tao, a supreme God who could control the lives and deaths of billions of living beings in the world. The heavenly Tao was difficult to truly comprehend. Gu Fei discovered that the heavenly Tao was constantly changing and was hard to grasp. Around Gu Fei, countless Tao patterns were born and then destroyed. However, the total number of Tao patterns would not increase or decrease. The emotionless heavenly Tao remained at 49 Tao patterns that were naturally born from heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao was changing, but no matter how much it changed, it would always maintain 49 Tao patterns. This phenomenon puzzled Gu Fei. Why would there be such a change? Could it be that the Tao was not unstable and could constantly change? No one could answer Gu Fei. He could only rely on himself to comprehend all of this. He sat there for 10 years. He seemed to have forgotten the existence of time. His divine sense was in a special state of merging with the heavenly Tao. 10 years. For the past 10 years, Gu Zhong and the other disciples had been staying outside the valley. Even the 12 great bandits were the same. They could comprehend the heavenly Tao here, which made their cultivation twice the result with half the effort. In these 10 years, Gu Zhong's cultivation finally broke through to the 7th heaven of Almighty Realm. Yao Yu was also only a step away from the Almighty Emperor Realm. The one who improved the most was Gu Zhong's new disciple, Meng Long. As the most outstanding talent of the Meng clan, Meng Long did not disappoint Gu Zhong. In these 10 years, he advanced triumphantly and cultivated to the immortal God realm. Among the 12 great bandits, Zhu Guoliang's cultivation improved a lot. He took another big step towards the quasi-sage realm and became a grand completion half-sage. Even the other members of the 12 great bandits had broken through the bottleneck of their cultivation. They took the most important step towards the sage realm and achieved half-sage Tao fruit. Zhong Liming's cultivation was similar to Yao Yu's. He was also only a step away from the Almighty Emperor realm. This was an incomparably powerful force. If it was released, it would be enough to sweep through a region in the human realm and become a powerful existence at the level of an overlord. But at this time, this force was still in hiding. This was because the owner of this force was still in seclusion. What's going on? At noon, Gu Zhong woke up from his cultivation. He was shocked to sense that the fluctuation of the heavenly Tao in the valley was gradually weakening. Is Master coming out of seclusion? At this time, a woman appeared on the mountain. This woman was Gu Fei's disciple and Gu Zhong's junior sister, Yao Yu. The aura of the heavenly Tao is weakening. Old Flood Dragon's voice was heard. At this time, Old Flood Dragon was different from 10 years ago. The aura of the true dragon on his body was stronger. This was a sign that the true dragon's bloodline had been refined to become pure. Old Flood Dragon had great ambitions. He wanted to become a powerful existence like the ancient ancestral dragon. It's time. Iron Blood Taoist also came to the small mountain. In the end, even the 12 great bandits were alarmed. At this time in the valley, countless Tao patterns were dissipating. The heavenly Tao was dissipating, but the 9 blurry Tao patterns around Gu Fei became much clearer. However, the 9 chaos Tao patterns were still not fully formed. They were still very blurry. However, the aura of the great path that emanated from the 9 Tao patterns was much stronger. After sitting for 10 years, Gu Fei had undoubtedly gained a lot. It was known that it was very difficult for him to improve his cultivation at his current level. In particular, the comprehension of the great path was especially difficult. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to improve one step. This was also one of the reasons why it was so difficult to become a saint. Even in ancient times, it wasn't easy to become a saint. The 9 chaos Tao patterns circled around Gu Fei. After all the 49 heavenly Tao patterns dissipated, the 9 chaos Tao patterns also disappeared into Gu Fei's body. Phew! Gu Fei's chest and abdomen moved. He opened his mouth and let out a mouthful of turbid air. Then he opened his eyes. In his eyes, the chaos Tao patterns were faintly discernible. When Gu Fei stood up, a sonic boom immediately rang out from his body. He hadn't moved for 10 years, causing his body to feel a little stiff. After tidying up his clothes and stretching, Gu Fei jumped off the stone platform and walked out of the valley. Master! Master! When Gu Fei walked out of the valley, Gu Zhong and the others came to greet him. I broke through. Iron Blood Taoist's eyes lit up when he saw Gu Fei. Gu Fei gave him a different feeling, but he could not tell what was different about Gu Fei. Yes, Gu Fei nodded. Master, you have been in seclusion for 10 years. Yao Yu said. 10 years. Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. It had been so long, so long. He thought that he would only be in seclusion for a few months. Gu Fei did not expect that 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years was nothing for cultivators, but for mortals, there were not many 10 years in their lives. I wonder what's going on outside, Gu Fei said. Chapter 2175. In the sky above the ancient city ruins, transparent ripples appeared silently. Then, a circular tunnel appeared in the void. A wave of inner-world energy came out from the circular passageway. Then, a group of people walked out of the passageway. Boom! As soon as the group of people walked out of the tunnel, a divine mountain that emitted a terrifying fluctuation fell from the sky and smashed towards them. What? No one thought that they would be attacked as soon as they came out. Gu Zhong and the others were shocked and angry. Who dared to attack them? That person must be tired of living. Gu Zhong didn't hesitate. He took a step forward and punched upwards. A dazzling golden light bloomed from his fist. Golden Tao patterns appeared on his fist. Bang! Gu Zhong's fist fiercely smashed against the divine mountain that was falling from the sky. A powerful fist force erupted, and the entire divine mountain was blown into the sky by his fist force. In terms of physical strength, among all the cultivators, only the Vajra real body of the Buddhist sect or the undying body of the demons could compete with the martial body. When the martial body was cultivated to the great completion realm, it could compete with the innate divine beasts of the ancient times. How is this possible? A cry of surprise was heard. Then Gu Zhong and the others saw a figure rushing up to the sky. The figure took the divine mountain and retreated into the distance. Humph! Gu Zhong snorted coldly. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, his figure appeared high up in the sky. As a seventh heaven almighty, his strength and speed had more than doubled, especially the strength of the martial body. It was comparable to the divine weapon refined by a peak almighty. It could be said that the current Gu Zhong was a divine weapon of the almighty in human form. You sneak attacked us, and you want to leave just like that? Gu Zhong's voice was extremely cold. He was really angry. This person was too despicable. Fortunately, it was them. If it was someone else, they might not be so lucky. That divine mountain was definitely a divine weapon refined by a peak almighty. That person is going to be unlucky. Yao Yu and Old Flood Dragon couldn't help shaking their heads. The person who attacked them wasn't a half-step saint, but a peak expert. A peak expert was nothing in Gu Zhong's eyes. Although he was only a seventh heaven almighty, this peak almighty was far from being a match for him. Gu Zhong only took 3 steps in the void, and he had already caught up to the pinnacle almighty. His speed was so fast that it left everyone speechless. What? The almighty at the pinnacle was shocked. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. The pinnacle expert was a middle-aged Taoist. Judging from his attire, he should be someone from the Buzhou ancestral star, but Gu Zhong was surprised as to how he managed to get here. Could it be that someone from Buzhou ancestral star had begun to step onto this ancient path? 10 years wasn't a short period of time. During these 10 years, Gu Zhong and the others stayed in Gu Fei's inner world. They had no idea what was happening in the outside world. At this time, the others who came out from Gu Fei's inner world were also shocked. There were many houses in the ruins of the ancient city. The ruins were no longer barren, but had been cleared by someone. Many pavilions were built, and many people were walking around. What happened here in the past 10 years? Yao, you couldn't help but ask. Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, a figure rushed out from one of the floating islands in the sky above the ancient city ruins. That person quickly flew towards Yao Yu and the others. Fellow Taoists, where are you from? The person came in front of everyone and couldn't help but be shocked. He never expected that there would be so many experts of the human race in the ancient city ruins. At this time, the passage in the void had already disappeared. Gu Fei didn't come out with the others. It was a thin old man with a smile on his face, but in fact he was extremely nervous. Such a group of people had directly appeared in the third stage of the ancient road of the human race. It was something that had never happened before. It should be known that those who set foot on the ancient road of the human race were usually alone or in groups of 2 or 3 to take care of each other. However, it was extremely rare for a large group of people to set foot on the ancient road of the human race. What happened here? It wasn't like this 10 years ago. Old Jiao glanced at the thin old man and said indifferently. The fact that the old man was a half-step saint surprised him. 10 years ago. The thin old man couldn't help but be shocked. Could these people have been here 10 years ago? How was that possible? 10 years ago, no one dared to set foot on the ancient road of the human race. The changes of the ancient road of the human race happened in the past 5 or 6 years. Several superpowers of Buzhou ancestral star joined forces to reopen the ancient road of the human race. It was also for this reason that many people took the risk to set foot on this ancient road. Yes. Seeing that the old man didn't answer his question, old Jiao couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Hee, these things can't be explained in a short time. Why don't you all come with me to Levitating Island? The old man said with a smile. In front of such a group of people, he really didn't dare to be careless because there were a few half-step saints in this group. In particular, there was a Taoist in the middle of the group who he couldn't see through. Levitating Island. Old Jiao looked up into the sky and saw an island floating high in the sky. The island was surrounded by a layer of water, but the water around the island didn't fall down. What do you think? Old Jiao said to Yao Yu and the Iron Blood Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist nodded, while Yao Yu didn't have any objections. Only Zhong Liming looked up at the island in the sky and frowned. Please. The thin old man made an inviting gesture and then led the way. He led the group into the sky and flew towards the island in the sky. Everyone was skilled and bold, but they weren't afraid of the old man playing tricks. They followed the old man into the levitating island without any scruples. At this time, Guzhong had already caught up with the Peak Almighty. The Peak Almighty's cultivation was also extremely powerful, and when he fought with his life on the line, he was extremely fierce. Even someone as powerful as Guzhong couldn't kill him in a short time. An hour later, Guzhong finally killed that pinnacle expert on the spot. This battle had destroyed a mountain range, alarming everyone in the vicinity. Who is that person? He actually killed an expert of the Hellion family. Someone whispered, "It's none of our business. It's better for us to mind our own business." Someone said, "Hey, where are those guys?"